Well, during the day, but not late at night. Like if I come home late, I don't, I'm very respectful at nighttime. But
Yeah,
during the
yeah,
day, yeah, I'll give you a little
yeah.
rap.
In public hearings and delegations.
That field is very nice. All right. Okay, let's see if you want, but you can come in, because you could move it. Whichever you want to do, I'm just offering it up.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order at 10:01. The town of Smoky Lake respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on territory, the traditional lands of First Nation and Métis people. So I'd like to get a motion or actually of the adoption of the marital implementation and deletion. Don?
Could I add? Sorry, I should look at the number. 13.1. Capital budget priorities. And then my recommendation is we delete 14.3 since there's no update needed at this meeting.
Yeah. Everybody will be fully updated. And then the council codes had an addition, 14.6.
I do, so to, okay, under deferred items and old business, if we could please add a quarterly update on action items and 2023-2024 inventory of resolutions.
Can I recommend 13.2? Because the last.
Sure,
addition.
yeah, that's fine, yeah, thank you, that. Never, yeah, all of them should always go under 13 instead of that. Thank you for the correction. So have you got that, Carly? Can I continue or?
Can you repeat the quarterly update?
13.2 quarterly update on action items. And 2023-2024 inventory of resolutions. Okay. The closed session. Boyd. Point section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. And that's a request for proposal, Smoky Lake Waste and Recycle. Okay, and that one more closed session. And that is FOIP section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, personnel, staff.
All right, Marianne?
So one point for clarification and one addition. For clarification, there is a motion on page 22. So it's a motion from January 27th, motion number 70, and that's in our minutes. And it's titled Land Update.
Would that be in the adoption of?
No, I just,
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure, it's to come back, so I'm not sure if
Okay.
the intention was, points of, it says the next council meeting, does that mean today or once in the motion it says once vacated, the next council meeting after they vacated? Because I don't know if I see that agenda on today's
I added it to the budget meeting, so it was at the next meeting. So that's, and I have no further updates since that meeting.
So,
We've been action.
oh, okay.
And then it'll be brought back, yeah, well, as probably once it's vacated. Or if there's any further updates in the meantime, we'll keep you posted for sure.
Okay, and so then my addition would be to the closed session. I don't even know what number we're on right now, but
Meet.
okay, so it would be FOIP 17 or FOIP 24. I'll let admin decide, and it's the CAO resignation. Next steps.
We have CEO recruitment under 14.5.
No, I don't think it would fall under that.
Okay.
No?
I will make a motion to accept the agenda with the additions and deletions.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Next, if I can get an adoption of the January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Unless there are. Correction, Marianne,
I'd like to move that the Town of Smoky Lake Council approve the minutes from the January 27th regular council meeting.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. 3.2, January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting actions. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept the January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting action list as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 3.3, February 13th, 2025 budget regular council meeting minutes. Mel?
I'd like to make a motion to accept for information the February 13th, 2025 budget regular council meeting minutes.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And February 13th, 2025 budget regular council meeting action list. Marianne?
I'd like to move that the Town of Smoky Lake accept the February 13th, 2025 budget regular council meeting action list as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, we'll move on to our delegations. And welcome Superintendent Castrinos and Trustee Maloney.
You're so formal. Good morning, everyone.
That was by far the best pronunciation of my name in 2 years. I forget anywhere where I go, that's, yeah, that's really good. Thanks for having us and allowing us to be here. This is an opportunity for us to come by and visit with you again. I know we see each other at different times. It could be around like joint use, it could be in a greater kind of landscape of things concerning other topics. I know last time I saw you, we were talking about highway speeds and some of those things at our last kind of joint municipality meeting in the fall, which has been somewhat resolved in terms of like the speed through the area, which is great. So glad that we could support that initiative and see something positive happen there for community and for our students, because it is a safety issue. So thanks for having us. So we sent a presentation to you. I'm pretty sure you all have it. I see it up there as well, which is great. It's just a few slides, but basically what it does, it provides an overview for you around topics such as enrollment. So the first slide has to do with just overall enrollment for our school division over 5 years. As you can see, back in 2020, which would have been just the onset, I guess, of COVID, we were at 2572, and this year we're at 2585. So through the 5 years, we've been fairly consistent. In this area, though, specifically being the Town of Smoky Lake and our school here, I would say that we are on a very different trajectory. So if you were just to forward that, it looks like a great stock chart. Like if I had this stock in my portfolio, I would feel really positive about it. And I think that that's the way I'd like for all of us to look at it. I do know that there are parents and stakeholders who talk about how full the school is and just certain pressures that exist in certain classes at the moment. What I do want to say though is that we have made applications to the government of Alberta for additional spaces to be added to the school in the form of like attached portables. The way the school was built, basically, if you think about it as like a jet, there's an ability for two modular wings to come off each side of the building. We've applied for that. We're pretty confident overall because the government is putting a lot of vocal power behind this accelerator program around the province. They're saying, that they're really dedicated to dealing with enrollment pressures wherever they're needed. I'm confident because also I would say that for our current government, the rural voting base, is a real stronghold for them and is a real area of support. So they do want to show rural communities that they're important because they are. So we'll hear about that over the next, I would say, month and a half. I would say by April 30th, we should know about our status with the portable pieces. And now in relation to that, you can also look at that. Oh, just sorry for that. That's okay. You're doing great. If you look at our kindergarten numbers and our grade 12 numbers, we're balanced, which means that we're not looking to, we're not gonna be finding any unexpected dips in enrollment all of a sudden. Our numbers are pretty consistent all the way through. I think that some of those numbers in the middle will actually increase because we're getting a lot of interest from families toward the Andrew area that way. Elk Island, of course, closed that school because it was no longer feasible for them, and that was a decision their board made. But the families didn't necessarily want to go to Mundare or didn't necessarily want to go to Lamont or wherever, Vegreville, sorry, wherever else their designations were or their options were, especially since the commute to a brand new 21st century, what I would call advanced new school is much closer. I've always been really transparent and vocal about the fact that we want to take every kid. I'm not worried about space because there are ways to deal with that. And not just through modulars, but also through the efficiency and how we use our building. But I do know that if we don't have enrollment, that's a much bigger problem. When we have a school that costs about $20 million to put into a community. So I'm really happy with the chart and I hope that it continues to grow a bit, and I would be surprised if it didn't. Even though recently, like last year was my first full year, this is my second. So what I'm learning is that there were families in the area that for whatever reason, maybe we're choosing other, community schools or town or village schools, whether it was Setna or places like that or a Catholic option. I do know that we've had families this year who have also decided or who have notified us that they're deciding to return or to come back potentially. So, yeah. So our enrollment over the 10-year trend looks quite healthy for our school. And that's great. Now, it's not perfect, and I'm not saying it is, so I do want to acknowledge that there are a couple areas within the school, namely like the lab areas, whether it's construction lab, like those kinds of spaces are not fully where we want them yet. And that's around things like we're really struggling to get support around things that are supposed to be warranty-based repairs. And that's just for transparency's sake, like we're trying. Our Secretary Treasurer is consistently all over. This was an AI build, right? So this is the government had the ball on this one, if that makes sense. So, but then it gets passed to us, and when we take possession of it, we're the ones who are responsible for chasing down all the warranty pieces, right? But as you know, contractors aren't necessarily keen on hustling out to your building all the time. Coming out from Edmonton or wherever they're coming out from to Smoky Lake to service things. So it's been a bit of a struggle for us. One issue with the lab is like the dust collector, the air circulator, things like that make it difficult or more difficult for kids to breathe or for staff. And so those are some of the things we've been struggling with. The other thing is this, there's an ongoing smell in the school at times, and so when we get certain type of like atmospheric things happen, initially they just put the stacks too close to the intake, which to me, and like I'm not handy in any way, like I don't pretend to be handy, I don't know what I'm talking about half of the time, but I do know enough to know that like a vent for some sort of waste shouldn't be right next to like or too close to an intake for an air exchange, because you're probably going to get that smell in the school at some point. So we've had that moved a couple times. We had it moved once, it wasn't good enough, we had it moved again. Then they talked about and did put it in a bit of an extender so that it was at a higher height. So we've been trying to make those things better. And our secretary treasurer has been leading that work and been working to get that warranty work done. So those are kind of like the big pieces around the school, I think. We appreciate the ongoing conversations around just the sidewalk and the playground and some of those use, you know, really joint use and community pieces. But yeah, we're open to hearing any questions. I mean, I'll pause right now if you want to specifically that I haven't addressed.
No, I just was happy to hear about the issues with the other courses, because I know I've been hearing a little bit about that. So it's just kind of, what's going on?
Yeah, and so the other thing is too, is like, I know that for some students, like, let's say like if students are really getting geared up to apply to post-secondary institutions, or they need a specific course, it can be challenging, depending on what that particular student needs. It could be a Math 31, or it could be like an Art 30, or it could be something like that, right? And although our enrollment has increased and it gives us more options, sometimes we find like we might have 5 or 6 kids that want to take a specific course. So if it can work out, we can create and timetable that. If it doesn't work out, we're trying to find different ways of tackling that. Right now, what we've done is we hired a math teacher to offer Math 31 through the cave, but it's synchronous. And so we have students from Thorhild, we have students from Athabasca, we could have students from Smoky Lake. If it works within their timetable, jump into the synchronous classroom, if you will, with that teacher. And yes, they would be enrolled through the cave to take Math 31, but there's a time slot for them to jump in and get support and have a live teacher work with them on a consistent basis. So, you know, that was something we topped up, if you will, or paid, because we know that there is that demand. The other thing I'm working on right now with the University of Athabasca is revisioning what the cave looks like. And, you know, the cave, like even the name, like I'm not fond of it. It's like,
Yeah.
we're gonna go into the cave and do some learning, like really, like
Yeah.
Plato and the allegory of the cave came out of there, out of the darkness and into the light to see reality, right? So it's just kind of like, we want to not just rebrand it, but we want to revision how the offerings are put forward and what options students and families have. My goal is to have more synchronous offerings with teachers who are online at dedicated times and students who can get in during specific times to get support. We also, the partnership with the university is good because we're looking to move the physical location onto the campus. We have students who are transitioning or looking to take courses throughout the Athabasca University, but may not have some of the prerequisites. So we could offer some of those at the 30 level for them. So I'm excited about that. I've had 3 meetings with the president now and kind of his right-hand person, and we're working on that going forward. I mean, our hope is to have something more firm present at the end of the year and heading into the fall. But whenever it's ready, we're gonna roll it out. We're not waiting for like a beginning of the year to do that. If it's ready, we'll roll it out. So yeah, so that's a bit of an upgrade. It is an upgrade, but an update. And then the next slide just shows you a little bit about staffing. So this is a flexible thing. Like, staffing is not concrete. Just because, you know, September 30th looked like this, it doesn't mean the numbers are exact, but it gives you a pretty good idea of what the ratios are. One thing I noticed when I came to Aspen View is that the number of educational assistants to certificated staff is quite high. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm just saying like that's a dedication of funds into supporting students. We don't have dedicated programs for kids with exceptional needs like a lot of divisions do, but they'll have sites that congregate resources where students will travel from different areas to those sites. We want students to stay in their communities and feel that it's better in most cases. And so that just means we have more support staff that are working with teachers to do that piece. And then the family school liaison worker is good. They take on their own table of clientele, if you will, where they can work with families outside of the school, and they do support. I mean, that's one support that I'm also gonna look at some point, because I just, in terms of how it functions within the school, and in terms of how the communication between FSLC and principal, sometimes there's a little bit of and from a communication stance, there can be a little bit of a question about like, well, who do I report to and how do I proceed? And we just gotta smooth those things out. I think people are dedicated to their jobs, but I think it would just help overall. Then the last piece, this year, and for every town and county that I've been visiting with our trustees, I've just been talking about what it is that students can do from a citizenship stance in towns. And what I mean by that is it's pretty easy to point at teenagers especially and say, you know, you're not behaving the way you should. I think that's an ageless problem in communities, if you will, and as teenagers. And so I just wanna say, and I wanna ask, if you know that there are opportunities for older students to do things that are positive in the communities, if there are events coming up where you need elbow grease and or volunteers and whatever, right? Then I think that the school would be a great place to start and reach out from a from the council, or the mayor's office could reach out and say, hey, we have this thing coming up. Would there be 10 high school students or junior high school students, or age appropriately, where they could come out and do some positive things. It could be maybe seniors in the town that need support. Like, I know with the weather and how bad it was, a lot of people were homebound. They couldn't get out, and so it could be shoveling walks, it could be delivering food, it could be doing whatever. I want students to do more of those citizenship-based activities in their communities, because I think it shows, like the parents know, but I think it's a positive way to display good things that students do, as opposed to just, if they spray paint something, or if they play a grad prank, or like whatever, and how big of a deal that becomes. So I just think it would be nice for our kids to be showcased in a different way.
And so many don't realize how important that is on a resume.
Oh, sure.
It looks fantastic when these kids, and we have heard from students, we continue with our student voice program. And when you hear from older students that are doing this and working in the community and encouraging other students, which is great when it's coming from them, and them saying, you know what, this looks so good on our resume. We're volunteering, we're doing this, we're working with seniors. That's what they want to see.
Yeah.
That's what they want to see.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, don't be sorry. So the school would facilitate, cause I see, hearing it from your guys' angle versus hearing it from my experience. I'm on the Egg Society, and this is the first year, the Egg Society was partners with like the grad class, right? And they give them discount on using the hall,
Yeah.
because they
Right.
volunteer. This is the first time that they're talking about not fulfilling their obligation, and so getting these kids to come and volunteer. And this is the first time ever that it's become an issue, so I'm just wondering if the
Well,
school,
Sorry, can I, so.
that's not through the school though, that's through
Oh.
like grad class, so however that works with parents and fundraising, and so not necessarily in the school.
Right.
So I'm just saying, I guess my question is like, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Is there some sort of incentive that you think, I'm just saying, I think the volunteering, getting the kids to volunteer is gonna be a problem. It's a really nice thought, and I think it's a great idea,
Yeah.
but how? It's good for you to come and say that, but if we go as a community and say, hey, you know what, we wanted you to help deliver Meals on Wheels, you think we're gonna get any volunteers in
Yeah,
reality?
you are, because we're gonna kind of make them.
Oh, okay. Volunteer.
And here's what I mean by that, is like, like anything, I think kids sometimes just need exposure to things. They think that something, might be lame or a waste of their time, or whatever adjective you want to use, but when they do it and they see impact, it kind of builds positive momentum. And then all of a sudden they, sure, so maybe out of the 20 that you, or the 10 that you initially kind of get out there, so you get 4 or 5 that might stick with it. That's great. That's still great. I think so. Here's where I'm coming from. Eventually I want schools, I want all secondary parts of schools, so junior high and high school, to run leadership programs, and that'll be timetabled as a complementary course. And so that's what I'm used to, and I've seen it work really well. So when you timetable leadership into it, so they say to kids, yeah, you can take construction and you can take foods, but you would be really good in this leadership capacity. So it takes like principal and teachers identifying certain students who might be good in that and putting them in there as a group. And then you kind of say like, okay, like what's our group gonna do? What are our causes or what are our initiatives gonna be for the year? So it might be raising food bank donations, it might be, right? So they come up with a list. And then it's a lot easier for you as council to reach out to the principal and say, hey, could your leadership kids help us with this?
That's a really good idea. Yeah, I was just wondering how you're gonna attract.
So that,
the
when I say we
volunteers.
like volunteer, we're gonna kind of like make them, that's kind of what I mean. It's you know, putting it into the programming of the school and then out into the community that way. So those are the conversations I'm having with principals right now. So as they start, and it's a good time because when they get our budget and we get our funding manual and the rest this spring, and they start looking at staffing, it's something that they, you know, I want high schools adding and junior highs to their boards in terms of timetabling, you know, who would be a good teacher to lead that, you know, who are some kids that we could put into that. And then so, you know, I'll have more to provide you in terms of an update. It's important for us too, because when we get our survey results back, citizenship for whatever reason, and it's just about, not just about us, I think since COVID and societally, I've just seen this like
Yeah.
slide, you know? And it's not just kids, it's adults, it's like, it's everyone on some level. We seem to have less patience, you know, we give the police a much harder time. So I just, you know, I just think that it's something we need to refocus on, and if we can program it into our schools, then we give it real legs.
Yeah.
No, that's really good. Evelyn?
If I could jump on board for this too, just three quick comments. One, as a volunteer at the senior center for quite a few years now, there was a program that was in place with high school kids coming to the senior center, and I hear them talk about it all the time still, that how much they miss it. It
Yeah.
ended because of COVID.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, and I don't know who is responsible for that. Maybe there's a new president of the senior center, so maybe approaching him again and seeing if they can resurrect it, but they always talk about that the kids really enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah.
Then that's why it was so popular, because at first it was like, oh, play cards with the seniors, but then they start doing it, and it actually, and I say that myself, I
Yeah.
love it, like, it's great to hang out for the morning playing cards and shooting
Sure.
the breeze.
Who's the president, Evelyn? Who's the new president?
Ken Stedman.
Kevin.
Kevin Stedman. So I just want to bring that, because I hear about it all the time. So I think that it's something that was popular. And then later on in our meeting, we have an FCSS report about the volunteer bank that's here with FCSS that Rochelle runs. So I'm not sure how much registering maybe some of the students with that volunteer bank as well. And then and also I just want to jump on Elaine's point. I used to teach cooperative education for the University of Guelph. The reason why I point out Guelph, because a lot of my students were farm kids, and I love them. There was like, it was a way of, they were really hard workers and so on. And it was always stunning to me when you had some kid come into co-op and they had absolutely no volunteer, like, they really were blank. So do you not have, like, my brother-in-law teaches, is a cooperative coordinator, a cooperative education coordinator for his high school in Peterborough. So do you have something like that in your school where that is being taught? Because that's really, really important to get in the high school level before even university. Because once I got some of those kids, and they were rare at that time, I'm sure things have changed, like what you said. I'm going back several years now. It's not like I was teaching yesterday, but it was always stunning to get the kid that had absolutely nothing, because the kids that usually were in cooperative education, if they weren't kids that already were working and like hard working on their farms and, you know, and doing that, it was because they were volunteering to get those items on there.
Yeah, so
It's
I
really
mean,
important.
we have, like, all school divisions, we have certain traditional pathways for students getting involved with work while they're in secondary, so whether it's RAP or some of these other programs in the community, we have businesses that provide opportunities for our students. However, I call it the leadership program, but I think what you're saying kind of resonates with what I'm thinking or what I'm envisioning, which is opportunities for students, not just to lead, but to get involved in volunteer capacities throughout community and within their schools. That's what the whole purpose of that will be. I think that if we can start in grade 7, so what I've seen is like you start in grade 7 so that students are, 13 and, they're becoming a little more independent, they're asking for more opportunities to do things, and some of them start emerging more and more so as leaders toward the end of elementary and wanting to volunteer. And so they can get a good 6 years of experience doing the types of things you're talking about before they get post-secondary or, yeah.
Marianne?
I have thank you again for your presentation and being here today. Just a question, when you presented on the portables coming, the status would be April.
Yeah,
And would that portable, would the intention be for surplus or extra children, or would it be targeted for specific programs?
oh, that's a good question, but I think class size is the first thing we would tackle, right? So we would have to work with the principal right now to say, okay, where are the biggest pressures in terms of class size? So we always want to deal with that. And then the other piece would be around where, wherever the need is. So try to evenly distribute class size would be the first priority though.
Okay, and thank you for that. So, and my final question to you is, what you do is important, and I heard you mention a few things, but what can we do to further or advance or advocate for what the school represents in the education when we were speaking to other leaders or ministers?
Yeah, I think that's a, thank you for that question. I think that, we're intertwined, right? I mean, it's the town, the community, the school, like those things are just, there's no separating them, so but the needs are different from like village to town to what, they're just different, or asking to use 10,000 kilometers, so it's very different. Here specifically, it's around the space, which we're trying to address, space within our school, we're trying to address enrollment pressures. Yeah, and then the other thing that would really help us here in Smoky Lake, and I know that it's a county conversation as well, is housing. Is real affordable housing that's not just single family, because that's tough. It's tough to recruit and retain teachers. Smoky Lake's fantastic. It's a great little town, and we have teachers that come from Fort Saskatchewan to Smoky Lake, but it might be better for them if they actually lived in the community once they got to know it and loved it, but it's just hard to find places to rent initially.
Thank you. All right. There's no other questions. Thank you for coming and enlightening us with what's happening. And we'll look forward to the next update.
Okay, thanks so much.
And if you have any questions or suggestions, just send them over.
Great, thank you.
We know where to find you.
Yeah, we're not hard to. All right, so we'll move to our next delegation. Oh my God. Anita. I'm so sorry.
He was hiding in the
Thank
corner.
I had John.
Thank you.
I could have said that.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Hard to sit in those chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so salty here. Why I got a big one at work.
Well, thank you for having me here today. Before I go to the reason I came for our APP planning for 25-26, I just want to give you guys a couple updates here, what's going on. So Constable Lidstone is no longer with us. He's enjoying Cambridge Bay, Nunavut. He's landed there, so God bless his soul in the clouds. But no, he's gone, and last Thursday I got a name of a cadet that will be coming, joining us here at Public Day. He graduates April 27th, so he should be here probably the first week of May.
So he is from Edmonton, he's 38. That's all I really know about him, so he's a strong cadet, apparently he's top of his class, so that's good to have with a small community like that, for him to come into, so. We are getting him, and then hopefully we'll be getting another recruit sometime, I'm hoping May or June, he'll land here to fulfill Constable Elzinga, because he'll be out the door as well here. So we're gonna be having some changeover, and as well as, Corporal Ferry is leaving us. He's going out to Manitoba. And that job is up for a promotion, so it's going up to the promotions board here in the next couple of weeks, it'll be posted, so hopefully we'll have some candidates that want to come to Smoky Lake. So we'll see where that goes, so there are gonna be some logistic changes when it comes to membership here, but everybody's on board and everybody's working hard and everybody's committed, so just wanted to give you guys an update on that part. I don't know if you've seen my email about victim services.
I did.
So, this is
the.
I gotta be fully correct here. So last Thursday, Victim Services got escorted out of our detachment. She's no longer with us. I have my own personal opinion of why that happened, and it's not a place to bring it up, but so they are looking for a new replacement for her. So right now, Lac La Biche and Redwater advocates will be covering for us. So it was really, really horrible that she left, that she was dismissed. She started getting out into the community. She started working with FCSS. She's has some really good projects on the go. So I was really, really disappointed, and I made that a mention to them when they did let her go. And so they did let go 3 other ones within Eastern Alberta district, so she wasn't the only one. So yeah, their new victim services model is having some issues within the province. So I know they're having issues in Central Alberta. I don't know what you guys have heard, but it's just my understanding is a little bit of a hot mess right now. So, but the only thing that hurts, it hurts the victims, unfortunately, at the end of the day, because people can't put their egos aside and do the right things. So just to give you a update on that as well. So any questions in relation to that? Yes.
Do you need us to advocate, like what, because I do hear about this from other communities.
Yeah.
That that's what they are doing
Yeah.
for their victim services. So as soon as you
100%.
mentioned that ours was not the only one, that it actually, there
Yeah.
seems to be a bit of a sweep across Alberta.
Yeah,
So-
so I know the county's bringing it up to RMA in a couple of weeks. They're gonna be
Yes.
advocating it. So yeah, if you wanna write some letters, do what you guys can do, to MLA, to whoever, to the government, it'd be, I don't know if it's helpful, but it's a start, We unfortunately, RCMP doesn't really have a stake in the game, right? Because we don't hire them, we
Mhm.
just cooperatively work with them, right? So, yeah, whatever you guys want, because I didn't see any issues. Now, if there was some other issues behind the scenes, it was never brought to my attention, as a stakeholder. Like, I was told, I didn't even officially find out. She just brought her key. Like, they didn't even have the professional courtesy, who's on here, to tell me that they were dismissing her. That's how bad it was. So I was a little bit disturbed about that, right? Because, we're in this together, right? So, yeah, whatever you want, guys.
Well, it leaves you with a gap, like in
Well,
service.
Redwater
Yeah.
and Lac La Biche is gonna fix it, but even right now, she's working with a family in Vilna.
Yeah.
That,
has been concerned.
and I know Erla and Lonnie are not impressed, because who's gonna support these kids and the dad?
Yeah.
Do you think Redwater's gonna come out? Lac La Biche might actually come out for it. But, there was that connection being made and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because she was let go with no cause too, right? Because her 6 months was up, so it's like perfect timing, right? So, and of course, they wouldn't tell me anything further than that, so. Yeah, but Barhead lost theirs, and I believe Killam lost theirs as well, so.
Sorry, Farhead and who else?
Killam,
Kill him?
so.
So, switching gears a little bit, thank you for all that you do and your team. So just like we heard from Aspen View and Constantine, do you find that when your new constables come to the area, that housing is a challenge as well for them and their families?
Oh, I know, I can't really even comment on that, because I've never really seen it yet. I know with this new cadet coming, I know Constable Zinga's been trying to find some leads for him. But yeah, it is, I think, difficult though, you know. Especially rentals, because a lot of members don't want to buy, right? Because, you know, in 4 years, they can just up and go, right? So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a challenge. For sure, for sure. And reasonable rent, right? So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I do have more questions, but I can wait till
No.
the end. It's all tied, like, because
Oh.
I actually would be great to get your presentation done.
Yeah, sure. All right, so, one of the reasons I came is because, as we know, we're coming to the end of our fiscal year, March 31st, and we're starting to build our annual policing, plan for 25-26. So, I'm just here to get your guys' input of, what you'd like to see in that plan. Right now, we kind of, have, two focuses, crime reduction as well as, community policing. Under the crime reduction, we have kind of changed it up a little bit going forward. With some different options of, the first one would be, of course, hotspot patrols, right? As well as a bait asset project, as well as more village and town patrols. We kind of forget about that. So just not where even hot crime spots are, just kind of maybe preventative patrols. So those would be those three things under the crime reduction, as well as then the community events, of course, you know, the Mountie Minute that we still have, the school visits, hitting all the schools, as well as instead of youth engagement, we're looking just at community engagements overall. As well as, we are taking away coffee with a cop, unfortunately. I think that it's run its course. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of change that, maybe one a quarter. We might do something like ice cream with a cop or have an evening with a cop, or, you know, I'm gonna try to, you know, make it a little bit more interesting, maybe in the evening or something to get you know, who wants to have coffee at 10 o'clock in the morning when everybody's at work, right? So, and I think we're gonna do it every quarter. We'll do it at a different, you know, town one quarter, the villages in a different quarter, and then the county at a different quarter. I just think the coffee with the cop kind of ran its course, novelty's worn off. It's, you know, so, and we are everywhere in the community anyways. We try to be at as most events as we can. So, you know, we usually have an open door here at the detachment, so, as well as, you know, and then we're gonna work with traffic services to, you know, get the speed, with the speed here in the 80 zone. I know a couple weeks ago, they banged it out pretty hard, got a few complaints about it. I kind of find it quite funny, you know, people are like, yeah, we need to lower it, and then they lower it, and then they complain that it should be back to 100, it's like, well. But, so we are enforcing that speed there, that you guys fought so hard to get, so, yeah.
I'm always happy that I live in town, so I have to slow down, otherwise I'd forget every time.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny. We advocated and wrote letters and tried, and then we got it. And now everybody complains about it.
That's, the novelty will wear.
Yeah.
It will be.
Well, that was because it was meant for outsiders, not locals.
Yeah, local
There's
space.
two, right, there's two speeds, local speed
Yeah.
and the outsider speed, so.
So, just for the crowd, like for moving forward, do you guys want to see anything else on our, performance plan moving forward? That's kind of some of the stuff that's been kind of dictated from K Division.
I don't actually have any hot topics besides what you've listed. I think you guys are doing really good too in those areas, and I've really noticed your presence, like at all the functions, like you said, and in the schools. And yeah, I think those topics are still what we are needing to work on. So I don't have personally any other changes, but I also do recognize that you guys have done a lot in those areas.
We try, right?
Yeah.
And you know, like things will change, right? Like we're kind of you know, as manpower comes, you know, like now we're only working till 1 o'clock in the morning because we're down a member, right? So we have to adjust our schedule to still provide you guys policing service, but then, you know, members need time off as well, right? So we're trying to find that balance. So, you know, things will always fluctuate, and once we get everybody fully staffed again, then we're really gonna be up, right? We've been pretty fortunate in Smoky Lake since I've been here that we've been pretty good on membership, so it's just our turn to go through the lull. Yeah, it's just part of it, right? So.
So, just tell me a little bit more about your interagency meeting with, I found this interesting. You daycare, library, food bank, so, what is it that the daycare and the library, it was an interesting interagency meeting, so I just wanted to ask more details about it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that one's.
You had it December 6th, 2024.
Yeah, so we just, I kind of came late to that meeting, I was tied up with some other stuff, what we did with, I just was part of that meeting, you know, we go to the daycare to just, you know, get the kids to know the police, right? Start building that relationship at a young age, so we've actually gone to the daycare at the school there last week, we went, you know, they got to ask us questions, you know, give them some swag, you know, hey, we're not the big bad police, because actually, one of the daycare kids called 911 and the member showed up and they were really scared. So we're just trying to build that relationship at a young age, so being part of that interagency meeting helps us where we can be better within the community and where we can help, right? So that was part of that, and then, yeah, that was pretty much all we did from that one, so, yeah.
And then, we participated in, a Zoom session with a consultant about the RCMP
Yeah.
and so on.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, probably one of the most interesting things that came out of that meeting was asking about a junior, like RCMP junior camp. I'm gonna give credit to my colleague across from me for this, similar to the firefighters. And I actually really thought that that was a great idea. We all in that moment responded quite favorably to it. Is there, as you know, I shouldn't assume. Our firefighter, we have a junior camp for firefighters.
Yeah, we went out there and spoke
Yeah,
with them this summer.
exactly. So just a question, is there something that the RCMP does similar, like, again, at maybe the national level where they have funding or other communities that do something like that? Just curious if this is something that's new to you, or you went, oh yeah, when I was in this community, this is what we did.
Yeah, no, I've never,
Okay.
heard of like an RCMP junior camp, like the fire camp. I know there's programs where, you know, we taken this kids to this, the kids from high school last year went over to K Division for the day. They got to, you know, run the physical test, they got to go see OCC and things like that. So there's those kind of programs through the recruiting unit. And then I know they're having, there's a cadet program, I think, that they do with the RCMP and training in Regina, and that's more national based, but it doesn't mean that I can look into it and start something.
Okay, and then even just tying it to the delegation that was before you as well, because we were discussing about the high school kids,
Yeah,
keeping them out of
Yeah.
trouble, getting
Yeah.
them volunteering. And then if there was something in it, even like, and again, continuing with that, fostering good relations. But also that's where it starts in high school too, that they might be interested in putting that as some sort of volunteer work on their resume, because when they go to school, they're actually looking to become,
100%.
again, some of the people that I went to school with ended up being RCMP
Yeah.
officers. That's why they were on the security.
Yeah.
Worked as security guards at football games
Yeah.
and such
Well,
like
if you're
that.
18, we're always
Yeah.
looking for guards.
Yeah, so that's it, that's all that, yeah.
No, it's good. Yeah, no, I'll look into the junior camp, even if we can piggyback off the fire camp for half a day. Like, I know we went last year, we did a
Perfect
little
idea,
spiel with, you know, kind of things that we do when we show up as a first responder. So maybe I'll talk to the firefighters and Ron and Scott and see if we can maybe implement like a half a day thing.
Great on the spot thinking,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I'll,
Don't mean to interrupt, we have our public hearing.
Done.
You're good? Okay, I was just gonna say, well, you don't have to rush away.
No.
I actually had a few more questions I was gonna ask. but
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. For everybody else?
Motion later.
yeah, 100%. Hey. That's why I love all the treats.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll see you guys in probably April. I'll get ahold of somebody to see if we can sign off the annual plan. Once I build it. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you. We haven't had this in a little while, public hearings. So if there's anybody that is here for the public hearing and they'd like to sign in, because they'd like to speak, that what that would be for. I believe.
Can you,
Are you here for the public hearing or?
Oh.
for fun?
I'm Reggie. I came here to see if anything has been done about that drainage of the water.
Okay, we can't address that right, or did you wanna talk to John at another time?
If you give me a call or grab John's card out there.
Yeah, he was out, last fall.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and,
if you get me the information.
he marked the
Yeah,
side.
we can't add anything to the agenda to speak about, but if you get hold of me, I can get the information for you.
Oh,
Or leave
okay,
your information with one of the ladies at the front, and then I'll
Yeah.
call you after, tomorrow, or
okay,
Wednesday. I don't know.
And that service road, anything? Nothing to be done? with
John will
that?
have to look in, like, get you the update, we wouldn't know that. right
I'll
off.
do, yeah, if you leave your information, I'll give you a call. We don't have open question period at our council meeting,
That's the
so.
DON,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. All right, and if there's anybody online for the public hearing, they would have, there it isn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so good morning. My name is Amy Turnitin, Mayor of the town of Smoky Lake, and I will be the chair of the hearing today. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you here today. I would like to take a moment to introduce the councilors in attendance. If I can have, starting with Evelyn.
Evelyn Cobes, Counselor, Town of Smoky Lake.
Just introduce who you are.
hello, Marianne Koski-Zerski. Melody Morton. All right.
Please, our planning advice will be provided by Pam Routhier, the Town Development Officer. I declare the public hearing open at 10:52. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be the CAO and the Development Officer will speak first to outline facts and present the recommendation on the proposed bylaw. Members of the public who have signed in will be given the opportunity to speak in the order they signed in. Anyone else who did not sign in will be given the opportunity to speak. The CAO and Development Officer will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks and or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Councilor will then end the hearing and consider the information, council will then end the hearing and consider the information received at the public hearing. Only councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any person wishes to ask questions of the speaker, they must ask council to ask the question on their behalf during the presentation. And council will only ask the question if the councilor wishes to have an answer. Council will consider the representation made right regarding the bylaw and any other matter council considers appropriate. I will at this time ask the CAO to confirm the public hearing has been advertised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation.
Yes, it has, Mr. Chairman, the notice of public hearing for bylaw number 052025, removal of municipal reserve designation was advertised in Redwater Review on February 12th, 2025 and February 19th, 2025 in accordance with section 606 of the MGA.
Oh, good.
All right.
It's there attached for information.
Yeah.
I will ask the CAO and or development officer to summarize the purpose of the hearing.
The purpose of this hearing is to obtain public input on bylaw 05/2025, removal of the municipal reserve designation. The purpose of this bylaw is to remove the municipal reserve designation from lot R2, block 12, plan 4117TR. This bylaw was given first reading on the January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting. Additionally, to the notice of the public hearing and in accordance with section 692(4) of the MGA, adjacent landowners within 60 meters were sent a notification. A total of 14 notifications were mailed out. And the proponent does not currently have plans for development for this lot, but is wishing to consolidate with their adjacent parcel.
So before hearing from the public, I asked the CAO to advise of any written submissions received. Oh, were you? Yeah.
That was done.
Yeah.
I was just looking her to confirm since I was away, but no, we have not received any written submissions.
Oh, okay. And then I will now call upon persons signed up, but there are none. So I will continue. And then there's none at all, so there's no support or opposed. And then, at this time, if there's anyone who has not spoken and wishes to speak, now's the time. See anybody else other than us? So I'll continue. And no comments from council, I guess. Now or forever hold peace.
Well, later in the agenda when the bylaw comes up.
Being that there are no further presentations, I declaring the hearing closed at 10:56 a.m. Okay. Glad to read it all again. I know. All right. Again, good morning. My name is Amy. Sorry, I guess I'll first state that we're gonna move on to the second public hearing by law number 07-2025 municipal development climate amendment. Good morning, my name is Amy Trinichin, Mayor of the town of Smoky Lake, and I'll be the chair of the hearing today. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you here today. I would like to take a moment to introduce the councilors in attendance. And we'll go around just because we all like to do these again. Evelyn,
Evelyn Cobes, Counselor, Town of Smoky Lake.
Marianne Kosky,
Melody Morton.
Planning advice will be provided by Pam Rusi, the Town Development Officer. And I declare the public hearing open at 10:57 a.m. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be the CAO and Development Officer will speak first to outline facts and present the recommendations on the proposed bylaw. Members of the public who have signed in will be given the opportunity to speak in the order they signed in. Anyone else who did not sign in will be given the opportunity to speak. The CAO and Development Officer will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the hearing and consider the information received at the public hearing. Only councilors may ask questions or of speakers during the hearing. If any person wishes to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask council to ask the question on their behalf during the presentation. And council will only ask the question if the councilor wishes to have an answer. Council will consider the presentation made regarding the bylaw and any other matter council considered appropriate. I would at this time ask the CAO to confirm this public hearing has been advised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation.
Yes, it has. The notice of the public hearing for bylaw number 07-2025 municipal development plan amendment was advertised in the Redwater Review on February 12th, 2025 and February 19th, 2025 in accordance with section 606 of the MGA.
Okay, and I will ask the CAO and or development officer to summarize the purpose of the hearing.
The purpose of this hearing is to obtain public input on bylaw number 07-2025 municipal plan development plan amendment. The purpose of the bylaw is to amend the municipal development plan to reclassify lot 2, block 11, plan 872 NY from residential to commercial. The bylaw was given first reading at the January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting. Additionally, to the notice of the public hearing and in accordance with section 692 of the MGA, adjacent landowners within 60 meters were sent a notification. A total of 9 notifications were mailed out. The municipal development plan designates lot 2, block 11, plan 872 NY as residential. Despite the rezoning that was approved in 2014 for this parcel to C3 Highway Commercial District. When the rezoning bylaw was approved, the bylaw should have included an amendment to the MDP. The MDP and the LUB should reflect similar uses, so commercial. And this parcel of land is municipally owned and has a request for proposal that is currently out for tender to be purchased and developed. Administration wants to rectify this oversight from 2014 before land sale is complete for this parcel and subsequently developed.
Thank you, and we'll move to public presentations, but again, I don't see anyone signed. And I don't see anybody new on Zoom. So I will continue. And if council has no other comments or questions, we will move to, Oh,
We skipped over the written submissions, so I just wanted to state that there
Oh.
were no written submissions formally. That's the one that's missed that part.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So being that there are no further presentations, I declare the public hearing closed at 11 a.m. Yeah.
Request a quick break.
Hopefully we'll break for 3 minutes at 11 or later. Okay, we're all ready. We'll begin, we'll come back, resume at 11:06. And we'll start at 6.1, administrative reports.
Nothing to add unless I also have skimmed it, so hopefully I can answer all your questions. Most of these were submitted after I was.
Evelyn?
AB Muni benefits. I saw that it was included in this report. I was told by several CAOs that we can ask benefits to give us 3 complimentary HR policies a year.
Yes, we have that with Alberta municipalities. We were just we actually, when we met with him, we talked about it. We didn't know it was a benefit of the benefits. So now we have that, yes, and we can get, we were actually talking about which policies we wanted them to help us with, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, well, if we can benefit from having 3 policies written for us on an annual basis, so.
Yeah.
Never even heard of it until these CAOs mentioned it,
And
so,
I haven't until recently as well,
Okay.
so, yeah.
so you have discussed which ones you're going to
No, we
take
just
advantage of?
just started the conversation that we needed to make sure we take advantage of that this year. I don't think we
Okay,
had any in mind yet.
and then Aspen View lawyers paperwork, what's the status of that?
And that's with the finalizing of, yeah, we're right at the tail end. I just got another email today regarding it. We were trying to get it finished before, so we didn't have to extend the deadline again. It's a lot to exchange land with the school and everything. It was quite complicated. Yeah, we were just letting them know that we were satisfied with the demolition and cleanup, and yeah, so we should be, we're very, very close to having everything done at the school.
So that has to do with the land transfer, that doesn't have to do with the daycare.
The daycare, I actually, and I was speaking with, I did speak with Constantine, I won't try for the last name. And I did speak with Amber, the one that's involved with doing all this paperwork. When we were talking about this, and she said she did still have it on her list, and was talking about all that, she's the only one there. And there was a lot of different things going on, and she actually, I haven't read it yet, but she sent it to me on Friday. So I should be able to mark those the action items completed. I'll just look at it on Friday and then, yeah, we'll go from there.
Well, and because it would be nice if that was completed before your exit.
Yes, yeah,
That's
so
why I'm bringing
I
it
got
up,
the email
because I
Friday,
really
so
would-
I
it would
think
be-
it's done.
When it comes to a priority of things, and I saw that it was included in that, so I hope that there is maybe more of a moving that along. Question about Chase, he's going to the Alberta Municipal Clerks Association, I looked it up, AMCA in Kenmore. So so it's a $200 registration for interns. Are we paying for the hotel and travel and?
We are through the grant. So with the grant, he gets covered for 1 training course and 1 conference.
So 1 conference and 1 training course, so that already answers my next question, is because he's in that planning
Yeah, and that was
course.
paid for
So
by the,
both, so that's maximizing his grant that was given to us, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, AGM for fire, is that date confirmed, May 5th? Because I was told that I see that it's in the fire report, but I was told that it was a different date. Do we have any?
Can I confirm with you? I haven't talked to her to confirm that, but if it's in her report, I'm gonna say yes, but I can. Yeah.
And the reason I'm asking is because I'd like to attend, so
Yes.
I'm, okay.
No?
Yeah, just in regards to that, it usually does come once the fire, right? It usually comes here to see.
I just spoke to Juanita before the meeting and I believe she said March 26th, but I asked her to send out an email.
So it might have changed then.
Okay,
I haven't received any other updates on that being the date, so other than in her.
thank you.
I was gonna take a break. I just have a couple more questions, but you can go, because maybe, I assume you have questions?
Gonna make the motion.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not, okay, in that case, and then, well, with these spreadsheets that Pam is working on, these are brand new, they were not in place already before.
Sorry, which underwear?
So I'm now
Oh,
talking about planning and development, she's talking about she's
Yes.
creating,
Yes.
so they were not in place before, she's
No.
creating them?
Yeah,
Okay,
just so that, because when we sell land, it's not just done, signed and done, there's a lot of different steps, so this way Pam can keep track of, yeah.
no, I think
caveats
it's
and
great
the-
that she's
yes.
doing that, I'm
Yeah.
just asking, were they in place
No, they
before
were.
she's editing and there were one in place before?
She's
So that
created
is-
them, yes.
Okay.
She's incredibly organized. so.
And then I'm gonna make just one more because I'm gonna make a subsequent motion and do you want me to wait until, discuss it now or wait until?
Do now.
Okay. I really think that this breaking bread for better minds is excellent. And unfortunately, to me, it's getting lost in this report because and so my subsequent motion is, I would really appreciate if Rochelle could come to the next meeting, specifically as an agenda item to not only, and I mean, I know a lot of the information that she included in this amended report will be repeated, but I actually believe that it should be, instead of just going, oh, good job, and check marking it. She could come present on it, we could talk about the numbers, because also what was included in the report is that there's certain actions maybe that even council, like it's warrants discussion. So that's the motion that I'm gonna be making after Mary Ann.
She did message and say absolutely, and I'm not sure if you saw in the Redwater Review, there was a big write-up on it as well, so I thought that was great coverage for our town as well, and yes, they were very well done. So we'll add that to the March 10th.
Yeah, I'll make a
Want to make a
motion.
motion?
Mary Ann?
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the administrative reports submitted for the CAO, Administration Department, Municipal Intern, Fire Chief, Development Officer, FCSS Director, and Public Works Foreman for the January 22nd, 2025 period to February 19th, 2025 as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried, and Evelyn, you're second.
So I would like to make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake direct admin to add breaking bread for better minds to the next council meeting agenda for review and discussion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, we'll move along to 7.1 delegation, Aspen Union Public Schools. Mary Ann Mel?
I'd like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the presentation from HAK school trustee Elodie Chizowski and Aspen View superintendent regarding Aspen View's public schools education.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 7.2 delegation, from the RCMP, Mary Ann?
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the Q3 community policing report for the Smoky Lake detachment.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
And we need a second motion on that one,
Oh, we need a second.
for the prior one.
Oh, right, sorry, Mel.
I didn't, yeah, and I just, a little bit of discussion to maybe add a third
Okay.
motion for the lobbying under the
Oh, for the,
victim services position and non-position currently, but I'll make motion, it's my turn. I'll make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the presentation provided by Sergeant Anita Doctor, Smoky Lake RCMP Detachment regarding the annual RCMP planning for the 2025-2026 upcoming policing year and set the same priority. It is the same priorities as the last year, as year 2025-2026. And I can't,
So set as property crime reduction and police and community relations.
yes, continue with the same priorities.
okay, all in favor? Opposed, so carried, and then we'll have the other motion.
You want me to make another motion?
For the victim services.
Okay, I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake write a letter to our MLA in regards to the open position and what's going on with our victim services currently.
All in favor?
I just have one more thing.
Discussion? Oh, you wanna?
I wanna, that's the motion, but I think we should, besides just the MLA, is there anybody else that we would like and encourage our partners to do the same or send the letters to them? That's all.
Dawn?
I was just gonna recommend, or would you like us to bring it back to the March tenth, since it's a quick turnaround? So that we can bring, because there's a lot of lobbying efforts going on right now, and then we can kind of bring back what's going on in the province, what other municipalities have concerns about, and then see what our priorities are and make sure that what we're writing is what reflects what you want.
I'm actually comfortable with that. I'd like to see a letter go in support of the victim services, but yeah, sure, if you wanna bring it back for review at the next meeting.
So then the motion would be to make the letter, but bring it back
Yeah,
for review at the next meeting.
not to send it out yet, just to bring it.
Evelyn?
Two more things. We do have a town county meeting coming up, so actually. I do like the idea of your letter, but I also do like the idea of doing it collaboratively because it has. Letters that come from a single entity tend to not have as much attention paid to them. So I would include the county in this, and then we also heard that there was 2 other communities and that's why I wrote them down. So that was Barhead and Thank you. I knew it started with K and I couldn't remember. So yeah, because I think that's. Yes, let's write a letter. But maybe can we bring it back to the like again, maybe it's not so much the next meet, and I'm workshopping here. But because we do need to be maybe the county meeting, so we can discuss it with them, but I would also want to get the other 2 municipalities involved in this as well and write 1 letter from all of us.
Yeah, and maybe administration can reach out to the county, because if they're lobbying at RMA, then we can see maybe they have something prepared as well. So just bring it back. Let's do that. I would like to get it out to our MLA, especially since he is in one of the communities that he lives there. So yeah, it's kind of his area too. So that would be, do you need me to redo my motion? Because now it's like a fuffle a bit.
A little bit, but.
We're gonna just, we're gonna make a motion that administration, I still would like a letter drafted and brought back after getting some input from our neighboring municipalities.
Read what I have.
Sure.
The town of Smoky Lake administration draft a letter to the local MLA in regards to the open position for the victim services in Smoky Lake, Killam and Barn communities, and bring back to the March 10th meeting.
With some input from,
So you're looking at to write a letter to the MLA just from us, and then there's going to be something else that we're going to do? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's in a way what that motion is said.
it says to draft a letter. It doesn't mean it has to be just from us, but I'd like to see what it, like, after Edmund talks to other communities, what the concerns are and what the lobbying, and bring the letter back so we can look at it and see what we're actually lobbying for, what the other concerns are, right? Not actually send it.
So rather than drafting a letter, it's directed men to contact and then to list the municipalities that we wanted and then to contact for. Because that's the first step then, not draft a letter and then contact them.
I guess what I'm trying to say is they would need to gather the information before they could draft the letter. So I'm telling them to get the information from the other municipalities, see what they're lobbying for, like the CAO had suggested, and then put something together to bring back for discussion. Yes.
Marianne?
Okay.
Thank you. I think we're overthinking it, so I think if we just have a draft and then it comes back March 10th, and then we build a plan at March 10th where we're going in terms of advocacy, direction or advocacy, or would that be okay?
Yeah, and sorry if I may, and the challenging part is going to be, so this Thursday is when we have to have our RFPs ready for March 10th. So with the other work, as Councillor Copes pointed out, we might need a little more time to gather enough information. So maybe it's either the March 10th or the 31st.
Yeah, let's do that. Give us some more time. So let's just say,
Yeah.
I disagree with the more time because of the impact of Anita, Sergeant Doctor said about RMA. So I think we need to have a plan in place. And I know admin has a lot to do for March 10th, but if this could oversee some of the other tasks, I would think that. Depends on.
oh, sorry, when is, Crystal, do you know when RMA is? Exact, I can't remember the date.
It's actually a week before.
I do not.
I do not.
It is not.
It's in the,
I think it's this,
it's the 17th to the 19th.
Thank
oh,
you,
it's the week
17th
after our.
of March.
Of March.
It's even.
Okay, let's leave the motion, as is, yeah. And I see you looking at me. Are you worried about the collecting of the data? Like the, that, do you want that in
Because
the
you're saying
motion?
draft a letter. So okay, so if you want to draft a letter.
After
get them to
gathering the
draft a
information?
letter, but we're drafting a letter, and that's why I'm saying probably the first step is just gather more information, like, I'm like, the first step seems to be contact the others. Not draft a letter, the letter, because for all we know, they already have a letter drafted, like, or whatever they're, like, it's just contacting them to see, are you doing anything about it? We have this motion from council, whatever we're deciding today, to contact you and to find out more information. So for, like, that's why I'm saying Barhead might already have a letter in progress. So I don't want our staff to start drafting a letter when there might already be a letter and we're just tag teaming ourselves onto it, especially if we just learned that the county is going to RMA about it. So I would like to learn what the county is doing about it, like, that's, so you see where I'm going with this? So that's why I'm going, don't draft a letter just yet. No.
So I think we're saying the same things, you're just saying it more in detail. What my intention of the motion is for administration to gather all that information ahead of time. If they have a letter, great. If you want to piggyback on it, great. Do what you gotta do and then show up with a letter on March 10th. Like, I'm agreeing with you 100%. I just, if you want me to put more detail into my motion, if you feel more comfortable, then I can definitely do that, but the intention is the same. My intention is for administration to gather all the information, and if somebody else has a letter and piggyback on that, then bring that to March 10th, great for the discussion. I draft one if you have to, but I think our intentions are the same, you're right. First, before you can draft a letter, you have to get the information, so, but you're right, in the motion, I didn't say that, and I can say at the beginning of it, administration to gather the information from our surrounding municipalities and other people who are having the same issues, and then bring it back to the March 10th. It doesn't have to be their draft, like, I'd like it with the letterhead, tell us more, like, but yeah, it can be copied and pasted, it could be assigning the bottom of a different one. Either way, but I agree with you for sure, yeah.
All right, Carly. Where
Got
you
it?
at?
Did you amend it?
As long as you have in there for administration to gather information and then bring a draft letter back to the March 10th meeting, then that is the motion.
Okay.
So now can you read back the motion? No, I'm sorry, this is the way that it's done. Motions are read, so I know exactly what I'm voting on, not that I think that admin's gonna capture.
The town of Smoky Lake gather information from surrounding municipalities and I don't know what you said,
And just put on the topic like that you have in there.
and the
regarding-
other, but what is the other communities?
Oh, other affected communities?
Other, yeah.
Yeah, and so not surrounding communities, it's affected communities.
Impacted, I prefer.
Impacted. Okay, so the town of Smoky Lake gather information from other impacted communities, and draft a letter to the local MLA in regards to the open position for victim services in the communities of Smoky Lake, Gillum, and Barhead, and bring back to March 10th, 2025 meeting.
And should it not say direct admin to gather information rather than?
We
we're
typically
town
don't
of
use
Smoky Lake.
direct admin, and because if it just says town of Smoky Lake, it's a given that that's what we're doing.
Because I've been told otherwise in this room, so that's interesting that you should say that when. Okay.
I've had, you see some municipalities, everything's direct administration, and then there's others, I've had CAO say,
No,
don't
I'm talking
use
about
that.
in this room, not other
Okay.
municipalities.
Oh,
in
yeah,
this room.
yeah. We don't usually use directing administration. You'll notice all of our motions just say that town of Smoky Lake. It just means that we're doing that. So, but you can do either. It's, like I said, we stopped doing it, but yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah, I'm not opposed, I'm throwing up late because I was waiting for it to be read, because I'd like to hear what the motion is, but apparently we're in a rush, so mine was approval, because I'm not gonna vote against victim services.
Perfect, we're moving on to 7.3. Update on check transactions in Q4 2024 report.
This one says.
This was what was that? So, I think it's yours. Yeah, do you have any questions? Do you have any applications for this?
Yeah, so Bob, thank you for doing this. It's good information. I didn't realize hotels cost a lot, but there's two transactions I'd like to just have you walk us through, and the building maintenance course, middle of the page 604, it's the hotel. So I would assume someone took a building maintenance course.
It's 4 days. Building maintenance is a 4-day course, so. It'd be hotels for that. Public Works, whenever the crew took it.
Beverly, was that included in one of the public works reports earlier?
I'd have to go back and double check. It should have been, he usually puts their training in there.
Because I did look and it wasn't. So that's
yeah.
okay.
This was from October.
Yeah, this was a while. ago,
This
'cause it had
check run
RA
was from
on it.
October.
And so I guess if I'll go back and I'll make the motion. And so it's perfect timing because October, the Commissioner votes do expire, right? So I'd assume that was for yourself and Crystal, or?
No, no, it expires on your birthday, actually. This was for Carly and Crystal to get theirs.
Oh,
I didn't
ours are different for the election, okay.
Yeah, we just, because when Joan left, I have mine, but when Joan left, we only had me with it, so we got these two certified in it as well.
Perfect, really good. And yeah, so do we, everybody in public, and this is my last question, and then I'm going to make a motion. So going back to the building maintenance course, is it just for all our buildings that we have standards that we have to?
It's a course that, it's a basic building maintenance course that is put on by, Alberta Association of Recreation Facilities, that's all, I think is this one. And, it's about HVAC and preventive maintenance. And so we had a couple, I think we had a couple of tickets, just because we do some building maintenance and, you know, the basic maintenance. And we have a maintenance contract with Nordic, but even just troubleshooting and doing that basic stuff is covered in this course. So it's just making sure our staff are well trained for the duties they're required to take on.
Excellent. So at this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the transaction descriptions for checks number 20241217 and 20241218 as presented in response to motion number 13-2025.
Right, all in favor? None opposed?
Thank you again.
Carried. So we'll move on to development permit summary report 2022-2024. Evelyn?
So I'll make the motion before discussion that town of Smoky Lake accept the development report summary for 2022, 2023, and 2024 as information.
Evelyn?
Pam, can I ask you to step us through it
Yep.
a little bit, please, first, and then before questions?
So this is follow-up to motion 18/2025 that town of Smoky Lake administration brings back 2022, 2023, 2024 annual development permit reports. So that's part of this, the summary and the listing. In 2022 and 2023, Each of those years, there was 19 permits issued. Most of them were for fences and accessory buildings of some type. We had 1 industrial permit in 2022 and 5 commercial. 2023, 1 commercial, 18 residential, which again were for non-housing. And then in 2024, there was a total of 25 development permits, with 24 being residential and 1 commercial. So in 2024, half of those 24 permits were for dwellings, and then the rest of fences we talked about. And then, so a big part of this is the housing that the town has been promoting and selling for our town lots. So in 2023, we sold 6 lots for Maria's Close, and in 2024, 11 in Policreca, and an additional lot that was a tax recovery property. So we're seeing a big increase in our revenues as part of those. And then again, as what's in my admin report, I've created a tracking mechanism for these, because there is a lot of work to keep track of when they're due for development permits, construction, all that, and then when you take the caveats off. So that's again a big part of the development rule. And then in 2025, we anticipate selling some more of our tax recovery lots and having more development geared towards that.
So I do want to say this is excellent. Thank you very much. This is exactly what I was looking for. So thank you for hitting a home run with this, with all of this. And if anything, I just want to say to admin, we're looking at 2022 now and 2023, and this is something that I'd like to see as a quarterly report, if not during the year. Who knew that fences were so popular in Smoky Lake? I'm driving around going, where are all these permits for all these fences? Or sorry, all the fences that they've applied for permits, because where are there 19 new fencing around this? But this is excellent information, and it's great to see exactly what's going on. I appreciate it. And if I may, before you, tax recovery, so are we gonna discuss that at all in closed session, the ones that are on the docket that are coming up? Because you said there was tax recovery properties, I'm assuming new ones, or the ones that
Well, the one we already discussed, like, well, lot 8 and 9, that's a tax trail.
Yeah, that one's on there, and then there's another, the RFP that went out was based on one from
okay,
this
so
year.
this is past, not
Yeah, nothing
upcoming?
yet, no.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure whether now we're looking at another additional. Okay.
Marianne?
And so I just had a comment, and thank you, it's very well done, thank you. So about the middle of the page, or towards the bottom of page 71, in 2024, 11 lots were sold in Policreca. That was our total inventory, is that correct? There was 11 lots total, and they've all now since been sold?
Yeah,
We have nothing.
yeah, they're
for
all
sale.
sold, yeah, in Policreca, yeah.
Thank you.
Evelyn, do you want to make a motion? I did already. Oh, right. All in favor? None opposed or carried. Sorry, yes. Thank you, Pam. Yeah, thanks.
Excellent work, Pam, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the 7.5 town organizational chart.
We updated this as per the comments at the last meeting.
I'm gonna take the motion, and I don't know if Chase is with us, but I just want to say that I am very happy with what you've created, Chase, and at this time, I'd like to move to adopt the Town of Smoky Lake 2025 organizational chart as a public document and posted on our municipal website as updated February 24th, 2025.
Any other comments or questions? Evelyn?
I only have two minor edits to it, and that is accounts receiving, I've always heard accounts receivable. I think that's what we call it here, right? In the admin office, so just change it to accounts receivable. And I love the boxes that were put along the bottom, but maybe remove the lines, because right now it looks like the part-time accounting clerk is responsible for all of those duties. And that's fine to have those stand alone with because it's color coordinated, but get rid of the lines because it looks like Yeah,
I
right
see
now
what
I'm
you're
looking at a
Mhm.
part-time accounting clerk who is doing policy and bylaw and et cetera, budget and financial, where that's just the department. So just remove those lines and it's great.
Okay, I'll call the question if there's no other question or comment. All in favor? None opposed, so carries. We'll move.
I'd like to make a subsequent,
Okay.
okay, the town of Smoky Lake bring back the approved town organizational chart in a policy to a March council meeting. So that's my motion.
John?
I just need directional kind of policy rather than grading.
Organizational chart policy, it's just putting it in a policy. It's an organizational chart.
Yeah.
So that's,
To make it a policy.
yeah, policy organizational chart.
Any questions?
A March meeting.
I think if I could add to the discussion, maybe, and sorry, I forgot to thank Dawn when I was saying to Chase, thank you for working on this. And I think the tool itself is valuable, because when we look at the FTEs and when we're doing budget, so I think is that where you're thinking with having the policy to support that the tool is now, it went from an internal document that was in the CAO bylaw to now in public on the website, or, okay, I would support that motion, yeah.
I only have one question. So is this normally a policy that stands alone, or would it be
That's exactly
included in the personnel policy, or no, just a standalone policy?
It's a standalone policy, and which is why it's easy to do. You just bring it back and you put it in a policy.
Okay.
And the reason why I say this is because remember I came with all the examples of organizational charts. They were all they're all policies, and the title of it is organizational chart.
So we've already adopted the document, so I'd almost say we shouldn't adopt the document. We should say bring it back as a policy to adopt as a policy. Because you can adopt the document that comes back to council to be updated as a standalone document, or you put it into a policy to be updated as a policy. You can do it, I've seen it, I did. So it's up to you if you want it in a policy or as the document being adopted.
So then my question to you, Dawn, is so you're suggesting we don't have both, we just have
Yeah,
one?
Because you've kind of already adopted it, so now it's done, so
Oh,
doing
it's
this is
just
doing.
so happy, it was done.
That's awesome, but doing this is kind of doing it in a different way, and which is fine, you can do it either way.
So we don't need both?
No, so I just think it, yeah. Unless, I don't know, just, yeah, so it's up to you. We could, we could attach a policy number to it and bring it back, but I'd almost amend the previous motion to say to bring it back as a policy to be adopted by council if you'd like to see it in a policy.
So is that my motion?
Yeah.
So do you want me to amend the motion, or?
If you guys
Yeah,
want to see a policy, I think that would be the cleaner way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want me to amend my motion?
I did not realize that my motion contradicted the other one. I thought it was actually sequential, that we accept it and then we put it into policy, but now that Dawn has corrected me, if you do not mind, then.
Yeah, let's just
We'll
make
do
it a
it.
little
Yeah.
cleaner, not
Within
that
your-
what you did was wrong by any means.
Track your
Yeah.
motion.
And then I'll amend.
Amend yours.
Yeah, because this should be accessible. Yeah.
Does Evelyn go first?
Yeah, just.
So I
retract your
withdraw,
motion.
I officially retract my motion.
Thank you.
Respectfully.
And then you'll amend your motion.
So we don't have to vote on it?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, so you'll just amend your previously made motion and to bring it back in the form of policy, and then you'll vote on it again.
Yeah.
So we have a motion that's then going to be amended, so that one won't be active anymore, the new one will be, and then we'll bring it back as a policy.
So I'm gonna frame the motion to, I moved to rescind.
No, amend.
Amend the previous motion that I made that was to adopt the 2025 Town of Smoky Lake org chart and move to bring back the 2025 Town of Smoky Lake org chart with a organizational chart policy to the next meeting of council.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Thank you. All right. 7.6 agricultural complex funding agreement. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake amend motion 367-2024 to delete in quotation marks and in exchange for the request that the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society waive the fees for town/FCSS use of the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex for the free community events held annually on Family Day and Canada Day, quotation marks, period, and quotation marks, that Town of Smoky Lake approve the request for annual grass mowing and annual crack filling and line painting of the fire lane located at the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex parking lot at 4612-54 Avenue in Smoky Lake in reference to the verbal request from Sharon Boychuk received on July 17th, 2024 on behalf of the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society and for Public Works to track expense in lieu of costs.
All in favor? Or is there any discussion, I guess? Let me discuss it. Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. Mel?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake forward the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex funding agreement for operational support to the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society Board for consideration and further to execute the agreement upon acceptance from the board.
All in favor?
Are we gonna-
Do you have a discussion?
I do, I think I
Okay.
have a discussion because, and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we were taking this to the town and the upcoming meeting to look at how the county, their funding model is with a grant and ours is with our recreation budget, so I wouldn't be in support of this motion.
No?
I think we should take it to them as well. But I think our funding is totally separate. We're not together. We're both gonna have our own agreements, and I don't think the county has an agreement either. I think we need to make an agreement, get it in place so that we have a guideline of what should be happening and what shouldn't be happening. And then, but still take it for discussion. I don't think the agreement is, I think it's a separate discussion.
Okay.
Because I think we should have had an agreement before. And they have their own funding agreement, right? But I still think that we should have that, for sure have that discussion. I just think that they're two separate things. That's all.
We haven't had one in place now, why rush today? That's one of the reasons why I asked for it to be added. I'd like to the town and county meeting, I would like to have that discussion first.
No.
My concern is, it's not a concern. I just think having the discussion with the county opens up like good relations and have talks about the future of our complex and things, things like that. But I do think we still have to have our standalone, the town has to have their own funding agreement in place. And I don't think it's gonna change, right, is all I'm trying to say. So I think that we're just postponing and we haven't had one, but we'll see later on in the agenda, another topic that has come up because we don't have one. And so I really am in support of getting, and if we want to amend it later after a discussion, but I think everything takes a little bit of time, right? Because by the time it goes to Ag Society and comes back, I just think it's a really good idea that we move forward at least independently and then still have those discussions.
The agreement can be changed at any time.
Yeah.
Anyways, but I thought we were strong in having agreements, so it's a good place to start. All right, well, there's a motion on the table. So I guess a call question, all in favor? Motion defeated.
And call opposed.
Yeah, any opposed, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so motion defeated. Does Rob have another motion?
No,
No, we didn't do
no,
that?
well, just when we bring this back, we'll have to get approval for reconsideration. That's all.
Okay. 7.7, press release template. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept for information the press release template as presented.
Or any discussion, sorry, about the template, Evelyn?
The only thing I see missing from it is that it actually doesn't have a title called media release or press release. That's the only edit that I would make to it.
So instead of for immediate release, change that maybe to media release?
Well, you can even immediate release at the bottom, like it's right above. And then the title is press release, media release, whatever admin would like to call it. And then I would like to make a subsequent motion after this.
All in favor of the press release template? Not opposed, carried. Evelyn, we have a.
Because now that we had, and thank you, Chase is listening, right? So thank you very much. This is excellent. This is perfect that we have now a template. And I'm going to make the same sort of motion that I did with earlier, but here's a standalone document here. But now we need to, now that we have a press release, now we need to decide when is it that we're going to issue press releases. So that's why I would like, my motion would be that Town of Smoky Lake bring back a draft policy on outlining what, the who, what, where, why, when we do actually release press releases at a future meeting. It's not like this one's a rush, but I think we should have a policy similar to what we've done with flag policies. When do we lower a flag? What proclamations? It's the same thing with this. For what reasons do we release press releases?
Thought we defeated that motion, or I thought we decided not, but maybe there was no motion, so maybe it's fine. I just recall a motion about that, like we recommended commented that maybe a communication policy should be created, and at that meeting was, no, we don't need a policy for that. Was that this one, or I might be wrong? Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not. Is it, yeah,
Because one of the reasons,
there's no motion though, so I think it was in there to create a policy, and then it was stated, we don't need that, we just needed the template, but there's no motion, so you can still make a motion to create that policy. I just want to make sure we weren't going.
Okay.
Sorry.
Evelyn?
and to further add to the discussion, I was the one who added this to the agenda. And I'm following, and as I was telling everyone, Bill Parker was talking about what a great attraction it was to, they have their standard that they're releasing 5 press releases per month. So instead of just saying, like, again, if we are going to emulate them, and of course not, they're a city, we're a town. If we're going to emulate them and do something like 1 press release a month or 2 press, like, again, that's a discussion that I would like to have. And then we put it into policy that we're going to do it. And then, of course, you know, I think it's great that we clean our sidewalks here in town. So something like that would be something to put into a press release in order to potentially attract. But Councillor Morton might disagree with me on that. And that's where it's up to council's prerogative, like to discussion and agreement as to what we release press releases for.
No?
It's a very bad example because that's in a bylaw. But I get your
You know what
point,
I'm
yeah.
saying? Move to Smoky Lake, we
Yeah.
clean your side, we clean
Yeah.
the sidewalks, you know, that's what I'm talking about, so.
So then just to.
More of a media.
Because we're going around, I think, just to recap, so I position a question to you and then a comment. So you're saying that you don't want us just to, at the discretion of council or administration, when press releases are issued. And then to tie in what Dawn has said and giving us good advice to have a policy, but a communication policy or a press release policy? Are they two different things or one thing? I kind of lost track, sorry.
So me or Dawn?
I think what we brought forward last time was a consideration of a communications policy. We could narrow it and have it as specifically press release policy, for sure. And bring something back.
Okay. Okay, I guess, may I,
Maria.
just, so I'm gonna default to you as well. So based on what you're saying, other municipalities do, this would be the way to go, is that the recommendation?
So I think what we had brought forward, I think, I don't remember who found it, one in Banff had a communications policy, which was broader. So, but we could, I mean, again, each municipality is a little different,
Yeah.
right? So I think it would be very suitable to bring one back because it gives us direction. Is it administration deciding to write them, or who, does it have to go to council? Does it get just vetted by and approved by the mayor? Like, yeah, how many what is our goal monthly? Those yeah, we can definitely, we'll find something.
Last point for communication, so we don't have anything in existence now, so, and this is, you're agreeing this is the way to go.
I think it would be suitable.
Okay.
All right, so your motion was to bring back a press release policy, correct?
Yeah, direct admin to draft a press release policy and bring back to a future meeting.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 7.8, Smoky Lake Region Volunteer Firefighter Compensation.
So this is being added as one of those final items for ICC to become regional fire. This actually came from the regional fire services though. And it's just, it impacts the overall budget with the regional fire. So it's more as, it's just as information on what the county has passed that will fall within our regional fire to make sure that you guys are good with it.
So first I'll make the motion and then discussion. That Town of Smoky Lake accept the Smoky Lake County Volunteer Firefighter Compensation Policy as information.
Any discussion? Marianne? Sorry, I don't know who was first.
My discussion is I sometimes take in the meetings, I'm not on the committee, and we have two people on the committee here. And Dawn, thank you for doing all the work from the admin lens. There was some talk at previous meetings with, I'm gonna put this delicately, that there was engagement with the existing volunteer firefighting people that they were or were not consulted. So my question then framed it, was there firefighter engagement on this?
I think there was, sorry.
I'll take that one.
Thank you.
What do you mean by fire, like are you talking about the entire policy or are you talking about the UFA card?
Volunteer,
Because
yes.
that is I believe the only edit that's been made to the previous policy, unless you want to take over that one, because I thought we had this in place and then it's just they were adding the UFA pay card.
I think they added a few other incentives in there as well, I believe, but
Okay.
So great, Mel had her hand up.
You go ahead,
Well,
it has
was
to do with
just
that.
linking it to
Yeah.
that. So at previous meetings, there was comments that the volunteer firefighters were not consulted by TSI. So I want to ensure before I pass a draft policy that that has been done. And sorry, I'm talking to the committee members at this time.
One member, remember?
She's just the only one, there's only one.
You were there when? Yeah, so. Oh, no, there has been no discussion with the fire TSI. The last time that TSI was involved with us was the meeting that we were all invited to at the Curling Club.
they were engaged at the beginning of the process, the volunteers.
Mel?
Okay, so my question is, what is the changes from the current? When I look at, like specifically page 91. So now we have fire station chiefs, right? We're gonna have and they all get honorariums and wages. What is comparative to what our current policy? And that's probably not a fair question to ask you right offhand, so I'm sorry, I do apologize, because I don't expect, like, if Terry was here, he would know because he was one, right? Like, I know it's not really a fair question. So my only concern with passing this is I did want to know the edits, the changes. So comparatively,
So that would be admin, because usually when we get this, they highlight in red, or they point out,
there is a few reds in here, and that's why I was confused. And so just this chart itself, the title is in red.
yeah.
So I don't know what the previous, like, what the previous policy was.
So
And
I
fee
can,
schedule.
what I can do is bring it back with this is the county policy.
Yeah.
I can bring back the original one. I can tell you that the idea was they did research, compared us to other, regional fires. And then they actually, our rate was a little high for entry level firefighters, so they lowered that. And then maybe raised up as they're creating some new positions, like the station chief, captains and whatnot, or, those aren't necessarily new, but changing how their responsibilities and whatnot. So the idea is that overall, we're, as part of the recruitment processes, we are paying better. But again, we felt it was whether you were a year one entry level or had been there many years and had your 1001, you're paid the same. So they've made changes there, but what I'd recommend is why don't I bring it back with the old policy to make sure that the changes are highlighted, and then we'll just defer it to the next meeting.
And
So I
is-
have that on.
and I don't expect, I should have
No,
sent an email. I just didn't want to hold anybody up either, so if that's okay, I would like to see the previous one. And it is that comment that you just made about, because I understood that about the pay difference. But if my memory is correct, this doesn't align with that comment. So I would like to see the other one, if that would be okay to bring them back with the two policies, so I could compare the two. And I'm sorry, I really should have sent an email ahead of time, because I did have this question, but then you could
Sorry.
have had the
Yeah,
information
I should
ready.
have had it in there, I'm sorry.
No, that's.
Okay, so I'll have the motion amended.
Yes, and I just want to clarify, why, I made the motion, and as soon as I said it, why is it as information? Like, should it not, I mean,
Good question.
where I found that as soon as I said it, I regretted it. I thought I should have asked for, but it doesn't matter, because I'm now saying what, friendly amendment, or I'm removing the motion that I made so that a different one can be made?
Yeah, we want, you would, amend your motion and, or,
I
or rescind and make a new.
I
one.
rescind my motion.
The reason it's except for information is we don't need a policy on this, because this will be charged under regional fire, which the managing partner is the county, so they need the policy. We have one for charging for fires because we need to collect those fees, because that's the only way to tie to our taxes. But this, we only need the one that'll be under regional, which is the county. So, but we need to be okay with it because it impacts our budget.
No,
Thanks for
Withdraw.
clarifying. We also
You can
need
withdraw.
it. Sorry. We also need it because it's gonna be in the ICC, right? So at least if we're all,
Yeah.
it is nice that we get these steps along the way, right? So I do appreciate
Kind of
that.
the overall agreement.
okay, so the amendment will just be that the town's moving.
We'll just
No, she
withdraw the
rescinded it.
motion.
Oh, she completely, so
Withdraw
you'll
the
just.
motion and then make a new one to defer.
Okay.
Council meeting. If that works for
Evelyn?
you.
The town of Smoky Lake defer the Smoky Lake County volunteer firefighter compensation policy to the next meeting.
And sorry, could you first withdraw your first motion?
I thought I did.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
Then we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? No opposed, so carried, and we will pause at 11:59.
At that for time.
Do you wanna say that we're taking a long recess, a lunch?
Oh, yeah, I guess for.
Yeah, we're actually, because we're recessing for lunch and the,
MCC shareholder meeting,
and anticipated to be back
2:00 at the latest.
once completed though, so we don't
Yeah.
have to start following the MCC meeting.
Right, following the MCC shareholders meeting. Actually, following the MCC. meeting, but, yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're ready? All right, we'll
Get back in the
reconvene
game.
at 2:07. Hope everybody enjoyed their break.
breaks me.
All right, we're moving into new business, 8.1, Regional Assessment Services Commission, CRASC, Annual Assessment Review Board appointments.
So as council will recall, we made a motion to continue with CRASC for our assessment review board. And then what happens with that is once you've signed the agreement, then come February, they let you know who they're gonna have as the members. So we just need to appoint those members as per the motion.
Okay.
Oh, and then as per requested by Councillor Coates, I'll reach out to Gerald and ask her to come in to be a delegation in March.
Okay. Evelyn?
So thank you, Dawn. I'll make that as a subsequent motion. I also want to point out that following this, we have our council committee list, which means that two things should be crossed off, and that's the opposite. Because the fact that three of us are assigned to it, we're actually contradicting ourselves like that, because
Good point,
and it's a, yes, and that is why I would like Gerald to come and speak to us as a 50-minute delegation, so she can explain that when you are assigned to that, what the responsibilities are. We can kind of clean this up, so. Do you want me to go ahead and just make the two motions then?
Sure.
Okay, so do I have it on my screen now?
Page 93.
Thank you. So my first motion is going to be that Town of Smoky Lake appoint the following 2025 Capital Region Assessment Services Commission's Assessment Review Board are officials for the Town of Smoky Lake. Our chairman, Raymond Rell, certified our clerk, Gerald Amorin, certified panelists, Darlene Chartrand, Cheryl Exley, Tina Grosco, Richard Knowles, Marcel LeBlanc, and Raymond Rell.
All in favor? And then opposed, carried.
And then my next motion is going to be that Town of Smoky Lake invite finance and financial officer and manager Gerald Amorin as a delegation to a future council meeting. Can I leave it at that, or because she can choose her own subject? She basically to explain to us what CRASC is.
Any discussion, I guess, about the delegation? Otherwise, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 8.2, appointment of council committees, boards, and commissions.
So this was to find replacements from Terry's resignation, and valid point, we also need to remove the members from the IR.
Mel?
So just going over the chart. On page 98. The alternate is Marianne.
Yeah, so, Alberta Hub, meets during the day. I don't always have a flexible schedule, so I might not be the best person. I'm better as the alternate. For example, last Friday, there was a meeting in Two Hills and, I was not able to attend.
Not sure why I'm lifting my hand, but,
Yes, Chair?
if it would be, I would be not opposed to being on the hub, specifically because we try to coordinate our NAGO meetings at the same time. So if I was the primary, I would ensure that I could be there for both, even though they're during the day. But, because they're quarterly, I believe, I usually do. It's a good thing, so. If that works for everybody else.
Comes from me.
Then I would like to stay as the alternate.
Okay. All right. Next is waste management. Evelyn?
If I may, just because we're going past the community futures, can we darken that alternate out underneath just as an indication that there's never going to be an alternate?
We used to have an X.
Or, yeah, or even just shade it out, just things that pleases my OCD.
And get rid of CRASC. Or
Carbon.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Waste. So if I may, my question then is, at this point with so very little time left, is there a need for an alternate? I think some of the information is quite
Yeah.
in closed session. So,
Go ahead, Val, make yourself an alternate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we feel, we can leave them blank. The only one, the ICC, I would like to, like, if we need an alternate for that, I know I would be willing to do the ICC.
So I'm good, yeah, that's what if I may, I'm gonna suggest that we leave Evergreen blank simply because I do attend every meeting. I don't miss meetings, so I don't, unless I'm sick or something comes up, an alternate won't be needed. The next one is, Go East, same sort of, like, not needed.
No,
I've never, in 4 years, 3.5 years, I've not ever attended a meeting because they don't rarely often have them.
Where it's, well, I do, I went to the last one, but that was the AGM where that's all it is. They're just annual AGMs. There's no meetings. And then all of us are allowed to go to the AGM, so it's, okay.
Water Commission?
well, the other ones already have two on there.
Oh, yeah.
Because they already have two representatives, so I think we just leave them till the end of.
I can step off the Water Commission.
No, you're fine. No, you're good.
That's not what I'm saying.
We're not talking about you leaving. What are you doing?
Well, no, but I'm just thinking if you want to assign some positions.
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. What do you, stop it? I just think the only one that I would be interested in filling in case is the ICC, and
Yeah.
the other ones have, yeah, and plus that one has two as well, so.
well, and I agree, but I would like to draw your attention that the other one should be the MPC and maybe the foundation.
Yeah, we have to
So
do
we-
those.
Those are,
Can I suggest, yeah, the FEC, we definitely need somebody to be able to, and it has to be one of you two.
so they're the same reasons. I'll let Mayor Trinichin step in.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And the foundation, is that a day meeting?
Or did you want someone for ICC? I'm not sure, or just
I'm
leave
gonna-
it? You are? Okay, I missed that, sorry, thank you.
The foundation,
So it's once a month and they're, I don't mind telling you, it's one of my favorite committees. So don't all reply at once, but you should join that board. It's amazing.
do you miss any of the meetings?
No, because I like them so much.
Evelyn?
Well, it is one that you see by the 3 stars, so we do want to have an alternate there, so I would volunteer to be part of that one. Okay, I picked that one up.
No. There's also the volunteer one, I don't need another person on Trail Twisters. 31.
Evelyn?
I've already attended the one for riding club, so I'll replace Gary McCoy on riding club because I've been there for the last few AGMs, whereas he is not. Can we also get rid of the alternate column on the volunteer ones? Because the one name that appears is also the one member of council that leaves the room whenever we discuss due to pecuniary interest. So I don't think that it's necessary to have an alternate column for the volunteer.
Since we've appointed that, well, we just need majority, is that good? Does everyone agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Evelyn?
And then last but not least, on the first one, we're gonna be discussing JUPA. There is no JUPA committee and we haven't even, and we're in the process of signing an agreement. So can we please remove JUPA, because probably by the time that these agreements are signed or the bylaws and everything goes into place, it's gonna be a brand new council anyway.
And I don't know why we have the committee,
Yeah.
because it was not part of
It
it was
was-
ICC, so.
And that was part of my email too. I realized that you put a different motion, the ICC motion, but I asked you what motion added this because
I couldn't find that.
I have no idea how
I
to
have
do
no
it.
idea.
Yeah, so
It's not needed though, I
it's
agree,
not,
so.
so if we could just
yeah.
remove it.
Joint use and planning agreement with the schools.
Pardon
Joint use planning agreement with the schools. Sorry, I heard whispering.
That's me, no.
Is
Mel?
that all of them?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake approve the 24-25 council appointments to committees, commissions and boards as amended. And attach to or not,
But we're gonna attach it to the minutes.
part of the minutes of February 2025, right? I was like, that's really difficultly written. Yes.
So the actual full record is in, the minutes, yes.
Do you need me to read the amendments for the motion?
written down,
Yeah, that's what we do at the org meeting, so.
As long as you guys are comfortable with the.
Yep.
Okay, that is my motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 8.3, regular council meeting time change requests. Marianne?
So I brought this forward in an email and I have commitments in the morning for both days. So I'm hoping with the support of council, that we could start at 1 o'clock.
Dawn?
Sorry, can I just add something? Sure. On March 10th, I just got a delegation request for noon. The Community Learning Council wants to come in at noon to provide lunch for 10 people, council. And do a little brief presentation. So if we could maybe do, because they're coming in at 10 to 12 to set up for lunch and do the delegation.
Sure.
If you, even
Put
if
a 50
even if
year
we're all
extension.
15 or,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
If council is agreeable
If
to
that's
changing
okay
the
with
time in
everybody.
first place, but.
I'm just a little hesitant because one is late. Okay. The March 10th, I don't think we'll have issues, but
Okay.
done.
And it's very, so thank you for accommodating me for March 10th, if I may. And then it's even more important if March 31st, that we could begin at 1, if not, yeah.
Is noon is that like, could you do noon or is it really, it's gonna be crunched?
Yeah, I have a previous engagement that's not going to finish, so I'll be zooming in anyways. So.
I'm gonna say that considering how respectful this council has been for certain people's schedules, I would really like to support, this is one of the rare times where Mary Ann has asked us, sorry, Councillor Proskey Zaruski has asked us to accommodate her schedule, so I'm fine with
It's
that. and
not
thank you for it.
necessarily just me, it's the staff that have to do. That's.
Being the staff, if we have to have meetings at 7 o'clock at night, the staff have to accommodate us. That's the way that it is. We
No,
determine our
I-
meetings, so I would be supportive of it.
No?
Yeah, and I don't think, like, I don't think anybody has an issue with it. People have time commitments, and I don't think that's what the question here is, right? If somebody has asked for a delegation and hopefully you can make it on the 10th, but even that hour.
Now that there's lunch.
Wow. I don't think anybody has any, but I won't let you make that motion. I'll go ahead and make the motion on, I'll make a motion that's not Smoky Lake. Reschedule the March 10th, 2025, to begin at 12 o'clock and March 31st, 2025, regular council meeting to start at 1 o'clock and administration to advertise accordingly.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Thank you. It's not me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have any friends for 8.4 when it's
Aren't
March
you-
10th.
At 10 a.m. that every time. 8.4, schedule the next budget meeting. Yeah, I was gonna say that won't work. No.
Can I present a motion?
Yep.
So we've done most of the legwork, like all the background items, so it should really be capital budget and operating budget as 2 items. So one thought I had, Crystal will not be here on the 10th, it's she's busy with the auditor. But I can do the capital with John here on the 10th as part of the regular council meeting. And then on the April, Crystal recommended we could add the operating budget to the first meeting in April. If you want it, just instead of a separate meeting, just include them in the council meeting since we're just at the final stages. It's up to council, or you can do a special meeting. We were having a hard time finding a time that we thought would work for everyone, so.
That works for me. Mel?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. So capital on March 10th during the meeting and operating in April.
April, yeah,
The
April, sorry. I don't know the date. as an option.
Yeah, if I may, John, you'd mentioned the first meeting in April. We only have the one meeting in April.
Okay, sorry, the meeting in April. Then
That's April 28th. I don't know.
Is that 2 weeks? No, that's good, because the advantage is if you're comfortable with that we are close to finalizing the operating budget. The advantage of that date is Crystal will have all the actuals. So it won't be having to bring it back to say, well, we got the actuals on the requisitions and whatnot. So then an assessments, I think is the other one we're waiting on. So it should be able to be, and we'll have the cuts in as requested, and maybe there's a few amendments, and maybe it does have to come back to the next meeting, but potentially it's passed on the 28th. The other option is to bring it on the 31st so that you can see it again. And then if you're not quite ready to finalize it then, or we're just short of one number or something, then we'll bring it back again on April 28th. So we could do it that way too. You might want to do it that way. Have it on the 31st of March, just so that you have that another look at it before finalizing it on the 28th, maybe.
So if,
As long as Crystal has the time to get it completed.
and thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. I was a advocate of the Thursday afternoon meeting. It was just standalone, and I felt there was some good engagement pieces when we met at 3:30 after your work schedule, if you have another day off. And I think we do better as a council and with admin if it's just standalone as opposed to many meetings on the same day like today. That's just my opinion.
Evelyn?
I'm not happy with a April 28th date. I think we need to give ourselves more time than leaving it until April 28th. And yes, I actually think, I'm glad to hear you say that, because I actually do like the idea of having, that worked well, to have a standalone budget meeting at 3:30, 4 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon.
So we did look at some of those dates. So March 6th was one of the dates open, looking at the Thursdays that the mayor is off. That's too soon. We won't have everything ready yet. The next one was March 27th. No, March. Yeah. That one was a potential. And then I think the April one went into the long weekend. So I think that was the best date, was April.
The 17th would be the next, other than ML.
The March 27th, that's the day we're having shareholders meeting at 1. I don't know, it works for me.
Oh, let's do that with.
Yeah, I can, I just can't do it till, would there be a break in between the 2 meetings?
Yeah.
Because I would need to wait till, I could probably sneak out of 3 though,
And that's
Even-
my last day, so I'm leaving right at, no, I'm just kidding. So I would just stay late and finish off with the budget meeting.
or Crystal's.
If you're, that was part of the comment on that day, is my last date, so as long as you're comfortable with me finishing that off. Or doing it with Crystal would be other option, so.
I'm
I'm
good
okay
with
with the 27th. If that's
it.
Both. Budget.
And would you both budgets then at that time?
Yeah. Spend time on both ones.
Do both of the budgets on that date?
Then they wouldn't be in our council meetings, so.
Okay.
Got it? Oh, yeah. You do it.
The pressure.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake schedule a regular council meeting for the purpose of the 2025 capital and operating budget on March 27th at 3:30 p.m. 2025.
All in favor? On the floor, so carried. Um, 8.5, Chief Administrative Officer resignation press release.
If the council wanted to have a formal, I know that they did share the post on our social media from Sylvan Lake. Whether or not you wanted, with the conversations around the press releases, Crystal added this to see if you wanted to do anything else more formal.
Evelyn?
Would you like one to be written up? Because the one that from Silver Lake has already been shared. And I think, and the positive comments have already, like, this has already gone out, and that actually didn't come to council. That actually was done by admin. And usually when a press, you do want the Sylvan Lake to go yoo-hoo, or that press release, because usually when a municipality puts out a press release about an exit for a CAO, it's not like, so.
It's a one-liner.
I appreciate, like, so, I mean, I think what was put on Facebook is positive, and actually I wouldn't mind if we could send it out just a couple times, like Facebook posts do, like, it's not just once, but a couple times, so if you're comfortable with that, or the rest of council, I should say, would be comfortable with that. Because it is positive.
Yeah.
And what Sylvan Lake wrote, the picture, the write up, I don't know how we could top that by suddenly putting out, unless we would just be regurgitating what they did. That's all.
I appreciate you asking it, but no, I'm perfectly fine, okay.
All right. Yeah. And we also don't have a draft in front of us to approve, so.
Yeah.
So this is why I was wondering,
I looked too,
Same
because
how I
this
thought
was after I left,
would
of
would
course.
you want to present it to us, so I feel awkward actually even making this, the recommendation that's been given to us, when we actually don't even have, like, whereas last time we were here, we had a draft in front of us, and Councillor Morton had a few things to say to me about my edits, but,
Said they
and
were
look,
great.
none this time. There we go.
No, and I did very much, thank you for sharing, sharing the post, I thought that was very nice, I screenshotted it and saved it, because I thought it was it's nice having both sides in there.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that, and I
very
think
nice.
that worked well, because it was a positive, they were positive, and we sent it out as a
Yeah.
positive, so I'm not sure how we can top it.
It's your motion.
So on that note, it looks like my colleagues are smiling at me, so I will make that motion that Town Smoky Lake. Do we even need to make a motion?
No,
We don't even need
you
to
can
make
accept
one,
this
right?
information or just not do anything and move on, you don't need a motion for the sake of a motion.
I love it when we don't need to make
Mhm.
motions.
8.6, 911 West Railway Drive.
This was added by request of Council Prosecutors.
Did you want me to?
Yes.
Speak on behalf of it? So yeah, I had sent an email and I'm not sure. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication because I'm not sure why it got to the option of seeking legal. My intention was just to have a discussion. 3 points at the sign workshop. Dawn had mentioned there was an agreement about the signs, and I see that it's on page 115, number 4. So it's not a separate agreement. And then I was wanting to, I had hoped that we could have a discussion about any development opportunities, if there was any opportunities or costs that might be associated with this council looking at developing it further. And the one thing that comes back on the third point, the third and final point, last June, we had a motion for Dawn to ask Dell about the naming, intention of naming that property. And I didn't see that we got back anything from Dawn of what Delmer may have referenced or where in the agreement it identified that. So if anyone wants to speak to that or.
Mel?
I remember that coming back. I remember you asking, and I remember that coming back as in something in the future. Once the development, something had taken place, then it would be more appropriate for the meeting. I felt that's where we landed with Del.
And I can add to that, I did talk to Tal and asked him if he or his family had ideas around it, like, because yeah, without development, what are we naming, an empty lot? You know, I did talk about, I gave him a few ideas, but he wasn't sure and wanted us to come back with options, so I did ask the staff if they, because he said, ask the staff if they have any ideas, so I did ask, and we didn't really come up with a lot, so I think it might be going back to him again to say, you know, because that was one comment, do you want to wait for the development, and then maybe it's a street, or it's a park, or it's a bench, or it's a, right? So, you know, maybe, like, he didn't really have any firm opinions on it. I did recommend he talk to his family, and maybe your family has ideas on what, yeah, and that was a verbal request, unfortunately, so there's no actual motion, right?
We can find it.
Because there's no motion. I believe, I'd have to double check again, because that was a few months ago, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, and again, at this level, I didn't know if council had talked about wanting to develop, we have a development officer, do we have a plan or an appetite? And then my final point is on page 122, there's no date at the top. And then we go from 122, it ends with 1.1F, and it starts on page 123 at 9.2. So is it possible we're missing some of the pages?
I can look.
Just me? It just happens to be I'm missing.
Sorry, what, page 120?
So page 122
Okay,
at the bottom of 354.
Yeah.
It ends with 1.1F. And then it starts again, resumes on page 123 at 9.2.
oh, I see.
So there's no date on page 122.
Yeah,
So this is the agreement. We don't know when it was dated or they agreed it.
this was the Connects one. I wonder if do we miss pages or do I have a numbering issue on mine?
I always get the printed copy, so maybe I'm the problem.
No, I agree, it's
Numbering.
numbering.
Yeah.
I think it's a numbering issue.
So is it not the entire agreement or?
That's how it was scanned. Let me just double check. Should have. Was that under this? Let's get how it was scanned. Let me just see. So it's,
So I think I know. Yeah. But it makes it seem like everything's wrong, because it goes to Article 10, but it's Article 1.
Yeah, I think there's pages missing, because on the original, the numbering is correct. So
So-
there's,
Page 122, it ends at Article 2, and page 123, it resumes at Article 10.
there's 2 pages missing from the agreement, the scanned in one.
And what is the date?
I would go with the bottom, probably, right? When you signed it.
On the top of one page, 120.
Yeah, it's the date we signed it. It should have been carried forward up to the top. There's no date.
I remember signing it.
When I was prepping for this meeting, I'm like, is it only me? Does this just happen to me?
There's a timeline, I believe, in the lease itself, but it should have the date that it was actually. I know we signed it and then gave it to them and they had it for a fair bit of time before they signed it. And then it got scanned in on, let's see. These.
First,
July 11th.
July 11th? Yeah. Just for sake of,
Last year.
20. The other topic you had about, discussion on potential development, can we, forward that to the capital budget meeting for that discussion? To do any kind of development, there's no. Yes, because, there's no water,
Yeah.
sewer, like, so I just, maybe we could have that talk at capital budget time. You're okay with us?
Yep.
Has anyone wanted to change the capital budget to, you just want to have that future discussion?
Yeah, because capital budget is, year 25, 26, 27, like just to have,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
future, sorry, not.
Sorry, no, you had, come on, I'm
Like, come on.
I'm focused on my capital projects for this year, let alone that.
I meant for
Okay,
our
alright.
5-year plan or capital budget, sorry, I should have been more specific there.
So because I started and I asked for this, so again, maybe administration with the recommendation or sorry, discretion of council, that's okay, Mel, thank you. But the option, I don't know what did you think we should seek legal about? or-
So I didn't know it was about, the way it was worded was, sorry, let me get back there, was to talk about the lease, let's see, your email said, preliminary discussion and review the agreements. So I just wasn't sure if you wanted to make changes to the lease agreement. And so our agreement is we cannot, or he's allowed to have his signs on there. So I thought it was around that, until we subdivide and sell, and if there was any intention to look at doing something different, that we should get legal. That's all, sorry, I should have clarified that.
So now, thank you, and knowing that now, I'd like to make a motion, I'd like this to come back in its entirety, so I'd like to see, just because the discussion in the room, Amy recalls signing it, I haven't seen it except for the first time I asked it, I don't know about the rest, or the other two ladies. I'd like it to come back in its entirety, I'd like to see the whole agreement from, the two pages that are missing.
Well, I can get those printed right now and then you'll have, like, and give them to you, if that works, since you didn't get the full agreement.
Evelyn?
I am forever scarred by the school gym motions. So I'm never, I don't recall ever seeing any of these agreements, and yet Amy's name is on, sorry, Mayor Church's name is on it, which means it's happened on my watch. And I'm looking at this and I have no idea, I've never seen this before. So I would really appreciate it. I'd like to make the motion that we have all motions made pertaining to 911 West Railway Drive brought back to the next council meeting. I did this with the Agricultural Society when it came for the agreement, and we also did it for the daycare. So I'd like to see all of the motions come back.
Mayor Don?
And the reason you didn't see a motion was, the motion was to enter an agreement with the Pet Connects Club, into the use of the, as a corn maze, but there was no motion to bring it back. It was just entered to the agreement with them. So then what we could do moving forward is, and bring back to council for approval prior, so that you all see it as well.
Sounds good. And we'll probably make that kind of recommendation or motion, but if you, but I
We'll make
still,
sure it's in
yeah,
our
I've been,
motions, yeah.
and my counselor looking at agreements that I don't ever recall seeing before. So and again, I'm scarred, school gym forever. So if we could bring back all motions in relation, so I'd like to make that motion. Would you like me to rephrase it so that everybody know that, or did you get it the first time?
Okay, any other discussions?
So to bring back all motions related to 911 West Railroad Drive to a future council meeting? Excuse me, 1 second.
Right.
You still have, quorum, you can still vote.
Okay, all in favor? And opposed? All right, and then with the motion made to defer to,
If you don't mind, I'll just withdraw or pass on whatever I was going to say in terms of,
okay,
I think that
I'm
would.
sorry, I can't hear.
I'm okay.
no, she's okay, yeah,
Okay.
she's right, because you'll be bringing that. Okay. We'll move to 8.7, volunteer appreciation event.
Last year, I kind of missed the mark on this one, so I'm bringing it forward early to see what council would like to do. If you'd like to do something different or to continue with what we did.
Marianne?
So with last year, and thank you, Dawn, for doing that. Is there any numbers or data for how many people attended last year? Or I know there was a lot of people. I couldn't help. I just stopped by.
We had tracked it when we did the
Yeah, I think we
update.
put it in the report, so I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, like when we were doing like the events update on the
Oh, it
strat
might be in the
plan.
strat plan.
It was in the strat plan doc.
Okay, we'll just double check that for you.
There's too many events now. I'm afraid to quote it.
My opinion is, with the recent changes to our admin, I think it would be asking our admin to put on an event that maybe, their focus should be to, work in the office and not do external events historically. with FCSS, they have hosted volunteer appreciation events in the past. And I'm not sure if we, as council, would want to ask FCSS with the advisory board and just maybe top off some of the funding, if that's within their capacity to do so. I just don't know that I want to put that pressure on our admin team at this time.
John?
We had 130 attend.
Thank you.
So, and we did partner with FCSS last year. FCSS got the donations, did a lot of the legwork for us, and we did the cooking, the barbecuing, and helping council at the events. Just so you're aware.
No?
On a selfish note, I won't be able to help, so.
I like that you're already.
I'm at work
And
during the day, during the week, I'm at work. I wish I could.
Maria?
I wasn't there last year, so I don't know who on council was there.
I believe it was Evan.
So I just don't think it's fair.
Okay. Well, we can pass this here. No?
So are you suggesting to ask the advisory board? Yeah. At FCSS?
Still want to have friends after this meeting, remember? I think I would opt for the options of discretion of council and just to waive participation at this time for this.
Motion?
Yeah, I move that the town of Smoky Lake do not participate in the planning of an event on May 2nd for volunteer appreciation from 11:30 to 1:30. And refer it to the FCSS Executive Director and Advisory Board for consideration of taking on primary stakeholders at this event. And if the need be, they could come back to town council for additional funding.
Any other discussion? Not a call the question, all in favor? None opposed, carried. 8.8, Drive Happiness, pilot partnership with Food Bank.
So, sorry. So at the December 6th interagency meeting, the food bank had highlighted that what they're seeing right now is an increase in community members that are not right in town that aren't able to actually get to the food bank to access the hampers. And so they were asking, is there any kind of solution that we could think of? And Hannah, which is a community in the south, they use Drive Happiness drivers to help kind of fix this gap. But what they do there is that it's like the municipality funds to cover the Drive Happiness drivers. So what I thought in the short term, because it's hard to get data points right now, so it's a lot of kind of figurative estimates, but there's not a lot of concrete data to say like how much would this actually be required. So what I would want to do is just pilot it for 6 weeks, where we're able to track how much is it actually happening, how often, how many rides would that be, and then that would give me an estimate of kind of what is the financial impact of that. So in the short term, I'm proposing that we cover that with FCSS funding, but that would not be long-term sustainable because I wouldn't have enough funding to be able to sustain that. But if we prove it out to be sustainable, then I think we would go to the different municipalities, not just our municipality, because these are people in the county, in Vilna, in Wasetna. And so then obviously going to those municipalities and saying, hey, we're here to support and we can help work this out. But we're gonna need funding to kind of go into a slush fund to support this program sustainably. So that was kind of the high level thinking, and it's interesting, it actually came up 2 weeks ago. There was somebody right before the long weekend in Vilna that had no food and no way to get out here, and so I ended up just for the experience of figuring out how to work it out or whatever, I ended up making sure that they got the basket delivered on the Saturday morning. But again, this is just a pilot for us to be able to figure out where we go from here. So.
No?
So I love this. I do. I love it. And I love that we've been, yeah, but I love that we've been talking about going regional. It's beginning to feel a lot, because I'm on the FCSS board. It's beginning to feel a lot like we are doing more regional, and we're not regional yet, than we are doing in our community. And maybe I just feel that way, and it's not actual truth. Like family day event, fantastic. I didn't get to go, but fantastic. So, and it's the same argument that I have during the meetings. The same argument I always have is how are we gonna entice the other municipalities to join us regionally if we're already doing it all? Why would they? And it's the same argument I always have. I think there's a need. It's obviously recognized need, and it's a very tender spot, right? Like it's very sad. That's a very sad thing that they can't access the food bank. Is terrible. And we do need to find a solution.
And so I hear that, and that's why I was like, wouldn't just be our municipality that would have to, but, the food bank is regional and Drive Happiness is regional. And that program we entered as a regional partnership, regardless of FCSS, right? Like that was
Right, but the
just
funding isn't regional.
a regional partnership for Drive Happiness. So agreed, which is why we brought it here to make sure that if we were going to cover that, because the alternative, I guess, is to try to get the municipalities to commit money up front before we go into piloting and testing it. But it's hard for me to create a business case to get the funding without having data, so I feel like it's a bit like the chicken and the egg.
And it is the chicken and egg, because I was gonna ask you, what are you projecting it is gonna cost FCSS, but you don't know. And that's why you can't ask other municipalities, but you're asking us to say yes without knowing the cost. And so I know it's hard to go to the county or to Vilna or wherever to ask them for help when you don't know the money. But it's easy to come here and ask us for money without knowing the money. So do you have any idea, like you give everybody a little bit of breakdown of what it would cost per trip? An estimate at least, right? So we have some idea what, how much FCSS funds you're
Yeah, so
potentially.
it's, so it's $10 per 90 kilometers or hour and a half. So really to go to like Vilna and back, it would be like $10, right? So almost anywhere in the county is probably like $10 a ride. So even if we were averaging this happening like once a week, which even that does not sound like, because I've spoken to a few of the volunteers now, to see if I could get data points. So even doing it once a week would be probably the max that we would see. So then that would be across 6 weeks. So it'd probably be about $60, 60 to $70, unless there's any kind of overages from there, but.
You could cap. Well, yeah, we could cap it, but with that being said and those numbers being delivered, I think your 6-week plan to find out and to get that tracking and data, how many people require something like that, then I would be in favor of something.
Marianne?
So I love the idea in concept, and I have some concerns that I would ask Rochelle about. So when we did the Meals on Wheels program, it included wellness checks, and those were so important as well. I'm concerned if you send out drivers and the uncertainty of the situation they may be walking into for their own personal safety, and that might be a shared concern that you have as well. And is there a workaround that you're sending to people, or I think it's a wonderful idea. I think there might be some opportunities, but some challenges.
100%, I share that concern as well. So then for the pilot, it was just gonna be Dennis Goldberg and myself, like rotating 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, just so that we could figure it out together and talk through some of those operational. And then, I had talked to Noreen and I said, like, maybe it's that there's just like one drop-off spot in Vilna and one drop-off spot in Wasetna, right? So it's at the town office in either or, but then privacy is one, but then, so that's the concern there. And then the other issue is, but if they can't get into Vilna or Wasetna, we're just moving the problem closer, but then they still can't get to it. But then I agree with you, Marianne, that as a driver going solo, like you don't wanna just drive onto somebody's acreage or what have you, right? So definitely from an operational standpoint, and I think like in the town of Hannah, when I spoke to them, like they do it like within the town, so they're not actually like going out to the county like that. So definitely I don't know if I have the right answer for you, but definitely something that I've been thinking about is like, how do we operationalize that?
Evelyn?
So full disclosure, I'm a Drive Happiness
Yeah.
driver. So I'm actually quite enthusiastic about this. I would love to see this pilot project go through. What I'm reading here is that it's absolutely no cost to the town of Smoky Lake. You just basically want us to give your blessing for this pilot project, correct?
No.
Or not?
Well,
What the caveat of-
I guess it is a cost to the town of Smoky Lake because FCSS is a department of the municipality, so maybe I should have. Because what I'm saying is I would think that $60 to $70 out of the FCSS.
Yeah.
But those funds
Okay,
sit within the municipality, so in essence, Mel is right, I guess. This I have asked.
so, okay. Because I do hear what you're saying, like, because in a way, it is the chicken, because by doing this, in a way, we're proving to the other municipalities how often they're coming to us and how much of our, so, I mean, short of FCSS throwing up a whole bunch of walls in front of it and saying that you have to be a town resident, you have to be a town resident. If anything, what I have an issue with is when I sit in the county, I listen to county meetings all the time. And when I see them approve funding with FCSS funds for what is essentially a potluck at the Warspite Hall. And I actually do have an issue with that because it could easily be a potluck and FCSS funds is being used to buy food for everybody in the community. So I actually really have an issue with that because to me, that's a waste of FCSS dollars. I think part of the challenge that we're also having here when it comes to discussing this as well, and I have said this to Rochelle, so I'll say it here publicly too. I do believe that you need to approach the other municipalities again and again and again for their FCSS dollars. Because I think that that's the only time that they're gonna get the clear message. And again, something like this, which she has already said that she would. So this is, I hear where you're coming from, but it's almost like in a way you need to do that in order to achieve what you're saying rather than putting on the brake. This is potentially a way of doing it.
Megan?
That's okay. So I have two possible comments I'd like to position back to Rochelle. And so you might have touched on one of them. There's an opportunity to the town of Smoky Lake FCSS to apply to the county for the FCSS dollars as a grant to be identified when you fill out the grant application, outcomes based, to get the money to run the program and pilot it, a guesstimate, try it out that way, get some tracking and data involved, and then it could be expanded. Or the other option I'd like to suggest is to do it within the town of Smoky Lake and instead of partnering with the food bank, is to go back to Meals on Wheels and see if there's an opportunity to collect some data on that and use the Drive Happiness as that, and then you'll have some outcomes-based solutions to move forward on.
Can I jump in before Rochelle answers that? It's two things. I think we're saying the same thing, and it's again, the chicken before the egg, because she's saying she needs the data so that she can go and ask.
Yeah.
I'm saying, I just always feel like we're doing that, but I get it. And so I would support this. To answer your question, the need isn't in Smoky Lake, right? The need is outside. It's been identified as outside. And FCSS has been talking and finding options for Meals on Wheels, and that's just a different solution to a similar problem. But I think they're two separate problems.
I still get calls for respite for Meals on Wheels.
Pass them on.
So I'll just say this, like, one, about the regionalization conversation, I just finished presenting to Resetna, so those conversations have just finally been completed at the individual councils. And I think there is an appetite out there, especially with the villages. So I know now it's gonna go back to the administrators and potentially come back to ICC, but I don't think those conversations are done. The other thing that I would say is Meals on Wheels, like we just received $25,000 for New Horizons. And that is specifically to go towards putting Meals on Wheels program in place, but I agree, that's a very different need and model, and I see the need, and that's why we applied for the grant, and now we're gonna proceed in putting that into place, but I feel like the food bank specifically is a different need and a different partnership and a different operational requirement of how that goes. I do like the idea, Marianne, of going to apply to the county potentially and getting them to fund it. I did do that for Family Day, so that was one of the times where we actually did get some FCSS funding from the county to support that initiative. So that might be an option as well, so.
Evelyn's motion?
It's Evelyn's turn.
We're gonna make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake support a 6-week pilot project in partnership with the Smoky Lake Food Bank, utilizing Drive Happiness volunteers to deliver food baskets to residents in the villages and county areas when needed, with town FCSS covering the associated Drive Happiness costs during the pilot period.
And,
Would it be okay if we add it? Can we put a cap on this?
Or bring back the information.
And to
maximum of.
To maximum of,
Okay, but can we make, instead of adding to it, I like keeping motions separate, and can you then, is what the motion you want to make, can we pass this motion, then your subsequent motion covers what your, rather than making a compound, like.
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
it would have to be that the town of Smoky Lake support a 6-week pilot project
I-
in partnership with Food Bank.
I withdraw, I rescind my motion, I rescind it, so go ahead. Since you have some sort of different wording in mind, you go ahead.
Okay, that the town of Smoky Lake support a 6-week pilot project in partnership with the Smoky Lake Food Bank, utilizing Drive Happiness volunteers to deliver food baskets to residents in the villages and county areas when needed. With town FCSS covering the associated Drive Happiness costs during the pilot period up to a maximum of $300.
Just go high in case it's really popular, right? I agree.
Well, just so that we are actually utilizing
Yeah,
people who
that's-
need it and not just people who want it. Up to the maximum of $300 and for FCSS to report back with the stats.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
8.9, town policy update.
I just wanted to, if I could just comment on this. Councillor Copes, I didn't include your report because I already had a report and I initially had it in there. I thought I'm just gonna confuse everyone. But you all did see, and I can copy it. I have it here if you want to see. She had created a compilation of all the grants, or sorry, policies.
I also said edit it, like I didn't
Okay.
actually say, in my email, I was very specific and didn't say, please include this document. I said, so as far as I was concerned.
Well, I thought you wanted to do cross-reference.
I looked at it and it looked to me like the
Okay.
similar document, except with more information, which was
Okay.
perfect, so.
Oh, good. So I just don't want you to
Yeah.
feel dissed by
Not at
not
all.
including
Not-
yours. So I have been tracking policies. I created that document, I think, after I'd been here about 2 months, and we saw that this was a priority and we just keep it up to date. And then I have the stats in there. Just to show how much we've done with policies. So there's still 6 that need reviewing and updating. Oh, that was Evelyn, sorry, Councillor Combs. We've rescinded 23 obsolete policies, updated 29, 2 of which were later rescinded, and then created 8 new policies. There are 16 remaining, now 18 because we added 2 today, so 18 remaining. That I wrote this before I knew I wasn't going to be here. We need to keep in mind that administration is going to be taxed covering that position. So hopefully they can still tackle these, but I mean, we do the best we can with the resources we have, and that's going to decrease. Because I do a lot of the updates myself. But we do have Chase, so we can get him on, and John actually brought me one last week, so he's working on his, so we do have these delegated to different people, so we will do our best to get them updated, or they will meet in the next 5 weeks, so I get a few more.
Did you want to take a motion on or?
And there's some honestly that were never used, so there's, you know, you had some in there that, you know, where are these ones rescinded? I couldn't find any record of an A whatever, right? They just never, the number was never used, so this is all of what's been current since I started.
So, and I appreciate all the work that's been done on it, and I thank you, Dawn, for, the plan is on 138, so we have a plan. Yes, there's some changes to the admin. I don't know if it's going to be achievable, but I'd like to see, instead of doing one here and there, is it possible, and I know dates are hard, to establish, but is it possible just once we're close, and it could be in April, let's say, or May, that we just have a targeted meeting that's called a policy meeting. We get all the policies done and we approve them and we move on.
I think it would be, I don't think it's achievable for staff to get them all done by April.
Respectfully, I've heard a couple comments today about how things are going to go, and we have closed session at the end
Yes.
of this meeting.
Yeah.
Where 4 people will sit together and make decisions how we proceed forward. So when this was sent to you, yes, it was sent to you prior to the news that you shared with us about your resignation. So at this time, I'm just fine to say thank you for the update and file for information, and we're not gonna make any decisions about any policies, who's gonna do what, until we have, like I said, 4 of us have a discussion in closed session. So at this point, I'll say that Town of Smoky Lake accept the update on the plan. No, I'm gonna rescind that. That's Town of Smoky Lake accept the update on policies and for information. That's it, thank you for the information.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 8.10, quality management plan, natural gas utility.
It's just an annual motion.
Yeah.
Hi,
Bill?
the Town of Smoky Lake execute the 2025 quality management plan for the Town of Smoky Lake gas utility.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 8.11, new policy, municipal policy development policy.
Marianne, I'd like to move that the Town of Smoky Lake draft a municipal policy development policy for a future council meeting.
All in favor? Are we discussing this? You said defer, right?
No, I read the recommendation,
Oh.
draft it up.
Okay. Yeah. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Awarded minister meeting, Alberta Youth President Summit from 2025 Municipal Leaders Caucus. Of course we do.
So we need to rescind the previous motion with the support of 3 councillors to reconsider attending. This was sent, I didn't get a chance to contact them and say we weren't attending, so we
Can
did.
we just discuss if we're actually interested in going, like before rescinding? Can we, like?
Technically, there's no discussion of of it until the motion's rescinded.
Nothing, so you can't say yea or nay.
Could I just interject? Sorry,
No.
I know I'm the audience. Are you all allow me? There's a huge health issue.
So we need to have, if everybody wants to talk about it, then we need to rescind the
Okay, and
motion.
if we don't want to talk about it, then we can just do it as a 2/3. That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, 3 of us have to agree to rescind it.
Right.
So I would like to talk about it.
I'm okay with not.
I am fine with talking, I'm fine with talking about it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna change my mind, but I'm comfortable talking about it. So I will go ahead and make a motion that that the town of Smoky Lake rescind motion 100-2025. That the town of Smoky Lake file for information the invitation to attend the Alberta Municipalities President Summit and Spring 2025 Municipal Leaders Caucus to be held on March 5th to the 7th, 2025 in Edmonton. Okay, my motion is to rescind that motion.
Okay, so all in favor? Any opposed? All right, so it's rescinded. There's 3. Yeah, it's rescinded.
I'll start the discussion if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Murphy's Law, right? So we we decided and here we have the opportunity to come in front of Minister McIver. And I think, you know what, at this point, we have, yes, it's a financial matter, but we have nothing to lose. We have some messaging that we could bring forward. I'm not sure if admin is registered for any of the sessions or anything.
No, I won't be attending in light of,
Okay,
unless council wanted to, but I anticipate you would not.
well, I'm just one of 4, and I think anytime that you have an opportunity to bring your message about Smoky Lake in front of the minister, I think it's a value. So if I'd like to request that if, I'm not sure if Mayor Turnishin's schedule, if she can go, I'd like to myself go, and if it's a cost where council doesn't see the value in it, and I can offer to pay my own time and my own way and.
No,
No, I don't agree with that. I think in light of getting the ministers, and we had some good topics, so we're going to, I wouldn't be in favor of all the council going, but 2, I'm okay with for budget wise, but no, I don't think you need to offer it on to your time. I just wouldn't be in favor of all.
that one.
First, I'd like to applaud Deputy Mayor Prosecutor Zaruski, because it was your work. You were the one that responded, and it was, I saw the emails where you're the one that came forward and had these topics submitted on time, and then we forwarded it to the minister, and guess what? We've got our first meeting with him since Calgary, so I'm actually not quite understanding why we are not celebrating at this moment, because we actually got an appointment to speak in front of him, and I'm very happy. Thank you very much again for your work for that. I'm also pointing to, this was in, Dell sent this to us. It was in our lot, it was in our January package. And I actually do want to just read a few words from it where it says, the municipal mayors, reeves, and councillors must travel, lobby, advocate, recruit, and sell their community to others. Those who stay at home at times to save the travel costs do so to the long-term detriment of their own community. Those who are applauded by some in their community for saving $1 and not traveling are actually selling out their community. You got to show up to advocate, you got to show up to advocate, you got to show up to advocate. So, I mean, I've always believed, but I know that others on council don't believe this. So I would love to see you go to this event. Because I think we could.
Deputy Prosecutor is going to go for the.
Yeah.
I'd actually make the motion for the town of Smoky Lake through Deputy Mayor Prosecutor Zaruski to attend the Alberta Spring 2025 Municipal Leaders Caucus to be held on March 5th to the 7th, 2025 at the West Inn in Edmonton for the purpose of attending the scheduled Minister of Municipal Affairs meetings.
No, I had said I needed to know, and I can't change that now. Dawn?
I will update them on the attendance because the original was the 4 of you attending the meeting. So we requested the meeting on the basis of 4 councillors attend. No, sorry.
Who's never made?
I think it was 3 councils
Well, 'cause
attending.
we,
So just, but I will update that, based on the motion, just to, for clarity.
No, I say go.
No. I think that was, yeah, initially that there was
Yeah.
possibly 3 attending, so I will just update that if this motion's
I'm
approved.
a little nervous to go by myself, but, did anyone, but
All question, you got this.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Unopposed or carried?
can I also make a suggestion at this time? I think if there is someone else that could come with me, I welcome that opportunity because I think I don't wanna reach out to the county and say, you know, our messages should align, but at this time, I would ask if council would support me in making a motion for admin to create a high-level speaking document. I don't think we should go in just cold or ad hoc or impromptu, that we have to have some parameters by which to have these discussions, especially with the minister. And further to that, we have our joint town and county meeting March 3rd. The county has had numerous meetings with ministers and some of which have been with Minister McIver. So again, the messaging should be aligned. And I think if we were to look back and see what their hot topics were, we could pull some data from that as well. And a particular notice on section number 2, there was the positioning of healthcare with the MCC. So I'm not sure if we're there yet to talk to minister or what the parameters are about an MCC with healthcare.
We probably need to have motions in place before that came forward, because you need to be supporting the motions of council, which includes the topics that were on the sheet, but it does, healthcare was, on there, as you know. you
With
would.
the healthcare
So,
with
yes,
MCC,
yeah. But in terms, like, I think you could talk about the concept around it, but not that we're ready to move forward with that. So you need a motion from us, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, stay in the lane.
Yeah, okay, no, that's.
Go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, so I move that whoever can attend could attend with me. Whoever's able to do so could attend from council.
That would
And
have to be a reconsideration. of
She
all
means,
motions.
she means
Sorry.
the minister meeting of one,
Oh,
not the.
oh, I'd like to move that administration prepare a high-level speaking document for the appointment with the minister on Thursday, March 6th at 1:00. 1:00.
All in favor? And those are carried. Marianne?
But okay, so you're not. Can I make a motion if someone else can attend?
You can, because I already made that motion that you're attending, sorry.
Okay. We'll move on to bylaws and policies. You want to take a 5-minute break? A 2-minute break or wait? I can wait.
5 minutes.
Okay, we'll call a recess at 3:15 and back.
Okay. Or 3? Yeah, it's not 9.
We
I hope we're not here at 9:21. Like,
Sorry.
we got a few
And then
more
we're at
items left.
9:21?
Yeah.
Bylaw and policy. Policy G12, 2024 video surveillance. Evelyn?
So I'll make the motion so we can get it going. That Town of Smoky Lake amend policy G-12-2024 video surveillance for the purpose of the ongoing protection of the health and safety of our employees, customers, and visitors, as well as the protection of physical and intellectual property.
Discussion? Marianne?
The discussion I'd like to take on with this council is, so we have some surveillance now, but do we have signs posted on our premises that we're under surveillance?
On the front door, there is. I'm pretty sure there's still some on the front door. But we're really trying to limit access is one in this policy, because it shouldn't just be everyone with access. We've definitely changed, so it talks about monitoring staff is not, so I sent screenshots to my staff, because there is still the two cameras in the staff office. One faces the door and the other one faces the counter, and the bottom of the counter where the staff sit is actually blurred out, so it's literally the public. So there, and then this one faces this door, so very much about, it's not about watching staff, this one views the room, but there's no audio. I think the intention of the cameras is to protect, right? So if somebody came in somebody came into council and was really threatening and whatnot, that would be caught on the camera. So it's, it's about protection, not about, it should never be about staff management. You can justify that, but there's proper processes in place and the staff member needs to know about it.
And my only other comment was in 4.4 on page 178. So then if someone was to request a FOIP, would they pay the applicable fees as well?
Yes.
Should that be identified?
No, because that's under FOIP legislation. Okay. Yeah. And our master rates bylaw, so that's covered. But we also need to keep that in mind when we're doing things like this. It is information that is technically FOIPable.
All right. Everyone?
So we talked about the policy that was included is from 2017, but one from 2024 was. It says policy G12 2024.
Oh, I've had this done for a while. It's just, we've had some busy
okay,
meetings,
okay.
so I renumbered it because it's coming to you in 2025. So,
Okay.
Is it still named wrong? Yes, I'll update, I can update. Oh, if it's cleaner, I can update it to 2025. I was planning on bringing this last year. We had a busy few meetings with a lot of policies and bylaws, so I held on to it and pushed it to this meeting. That's why it's numbered from last year.
Okay, and that's why I was asking, is because I was thinking, I don't remember taking this last year, but we must have discussed it and I got to there's something I'll edit it, now I get it. I thought I was going to say, can we get the 2024 one to see what you're changing?
If you'd like, I can change the numbering to 2025 to reflect it was actually brought to council in 2025.
Sure.
Yeah.
Under definitions, authorized personnel, italicize that because you have for all of the other definitions, just as a friendly edit. And then when you have this policy in place as well, we're talking about cameras just around just the town building?
No, any of our town cameras.
Because you know what? So we need to revisit that, but now's not the time to revisit it, just how I'm. That needs to be revisited, especially because we've talked about citizens on patrol. The RCMP now would like to see cameras, whatever that program is, where they can tap into anyone's cameras to see what's going on. We had the break-in at the post office that apparently our cameras pointed out here, but didn't capture what was going on, so.
So we do have in the budget currently that's not approved. There is a budget to replace all the cameras. There's 2 out front that go in and out. And then it's a mishmash. It's just been slowly built over time. Like we added some to the South Shop. They're actually Blink cameras. So they're a basic camera that like I bought for my house, right? It was just to have something in place. Because, and we did catch someone over there. So then we monitored after, it was over Christmas, and then we monitored it because somebody had gone there. So we want to update those and yeah, make it a better system. The amount we have budgeted probably will not do all of it, but it'll be a good start to update the ones that we should and make sure that, because the one on the street, it faces down there, but it's not going to cover the whole town. But then the other feedback is if you own a business, now I know the post office is a little different because they're federal. But if you own a business in town, if you want to protect your property, you should put cameras in place. So it's kind of up to the individual businesses, because yes, we face up and down all the streets. We have one facing the EV charger directly because we had that theft. But we can't cover everything and what is appropriate for us to put in. So we have the ones at the edge of town that record people coming into town. And the police have access to that one as well as the 4 outside ones here. And then we have them at the fire department, public works building, and then the and one at the storage building facing the EV chargers, and then now those Blink ones at the South Storage for now.
Okay. Thank you, Dawn.
Can I follow up on that? Could we have a schedule added to the, like, I mean, I'm fine with the policy as is, but even what you just pointed out, to have a schedule of where the camp, because I know that this was something that came to my attention even before I ran for council. And it would be really nice to actually even just have like, as a Schedule A, just to have a list of where the cameras are, especially because you're leaving, so you know where they are, like, but to continue doing that, unless you have a better suggestion than that. But yeah, I think you understand what I'm.
Yeah, I will add that. So italicized 22.1, add the schedule. I feel like, oh, and update the numbering.
Update the number.
Policy number.
And then we can go ahead and pass a policy with, you pointed that out to me once, we can pass a policy, but you
With
can
amendment.
add the schedule.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, as amended with the
okay.
addition of the schedule.
Right, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. 9.2, designation of the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church. As a municipal historic resource. Mel?
I would like to make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake give first reading to the bylaw number 02-2025 Holy Ascension Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Plan 803 CL, Block 8, Lot X, as a municipal historic resource. Municipal resource. Anyways,
You designate your town hall. Yeah, that's fine, yes. Sorry, it's weird, written weird, you're right.
All in favor?
But you said the Ortona Hall wrong. You're not-
Dawn did, but not
I did.
Mel didn't.
Okay.
Well, I'm
She was-
sorry,
she
I went
was
to the
today.
wrong RFP. That's
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Marianne?
I move that the town of Smoky Lake gives second reading to bylaw number 02-2025, the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Plan 803 CL, Block 8, Lot X, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And then permission for third and final reading.
That town of Smoky Lake give permission for third and final reading to bylaw number 02-2025, Holy Ascension Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Plan 803 CL, Block 8, Lot X, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? Carried unanimously. And third and final reading. No?
make the motion that town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw 02-2025 Holy Ascension Historic Designated Bylaw to designate the Holy Ascension Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Plan 803 CL Block 8, Lot X, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? None opposed? So carried.
Is that when you start clapping?
Are we allowed? So we do.
I would clap when someone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
And it's an offhand comment, but today is the third anniversary of the Russian war against Ukraine.
All right,
So thank you.
9.3 designation of the Ortona Hall Drop-in Center as a municipal historic resource. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that town of Smoky Lake give first reading to bylaw number 03-2025 Ortona Hall, It's only I need coffee. Hall Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Ortona Hall Drop-in Center, Plan 803 CL, Block 4, Lot 19, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? No opposed, so carried. Second reading, Mel?
Like to make the motion, town of Smoky Lake give second reading to bylaw number 03-2025 Ortona Hall Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Ortona Hall Drop-in Center, Plan 803 CL Block 4, Lot 19, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? None opposed, carried. Permission for third and final reading, Marianne?
I move that the town of Smoky Lake give permission for third and final reading to bylaw number 03-2025 Ortona Hall Historic Designation Bylaw to designate the Artona Hall Drop-in Center, Plan 803 CL Block 4, Lot 19, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? Carried unanimously. And third and final reading.
That Town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw number 03-2025 Ortona Hall Historic designation bylaw to designate their Ortona Hall Drop-in Center, Plan 803 CL Block 4, Lot 19, a municipal historic resource.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
I agree.
Thank you all. I'll be 1 second.
That's awesome. Glad that you were here for it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
It's a good day, Carmen.
Yeah, I was yelling at him, not you.
Good day. Thank you. Thank you for making that happen, Marie.
Yes, thank you, Noreen, for all your work on this.
Do we need to call a 5-minute recess?
All right, 9.4, bylaw number 01-2025, fire protection services fees. No. Wait.
Is that the one we're deferring?
No, this one is, we need to establish, so again, as part of regional fire, we all circulated this bylaw. We changed ours, we adopted this bylaw before, and I don't, like, there's a lot of things that didn't apply. I took out everything that wasn't applicable to us, especially now that we're going regional. We need to have the fees in our own, because what happens is if there's a fire in town, they're not collectible, you need the option, we want the option to be able to put it on taxes. So that's why the charging for fires still will come under the town.
Okay.
And again, that we've all, this is based on the one that was brought to the county and then also to the villages, including the fees and everything.
I do remember now.
And it does replace an old one, it's just, yeah.
Well,
Make a motion, Town of Smoky Lake give first reading to bylaw number 01-2025 fire protection services fees to provide for the establishment of fire protection service fees and penalties.
all in favor? And opposed, so carried. Mary Ann?
So if I may, Mayor Chernushin, so I'm looking at the recommendation and then I'm looking at the options and I want to defer. So to recap, this is from the Regional Fire Board or from the ICC?
This is one of the last things that needs to be done before we approve the agreement. We've done first reading of the bylaw and then like the bylaw to be regional. And then we are waiting, we're trying to pull the last few things together so we can have the final ICC meeting, so we can do that final agreement. So we need this one done to move forward with the final agreement.
Okay, and thank you, Dawn, for
Yeah.
that. So if I may, the two people that are on ICC, is it the wish of council to go on and do all the readings or just stop at number 1?
No, I'd like to see this move forward.
I am comfortable with the passage of this bylaw.
So I'd
Thank you
like
for
to move that the Town of Smoky Lake give second reading to bylaw number 01-2025 fire protection services fees to provide for the establishment of fire protection services, fees and penalties.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And Evelyn?
That Town of Smoky Lake give permission for third and final reading to bylaw number 01-2025 fire protection services fees to provide for the establishment of fire protection services fees and penalties.
All in favor? Carried unanimously. Third and final reading. No.
Make a motion, Town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw number 01-2025 fire protection services fees to provide for the establishment of fire protection services fees and penalties.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 9.5 regional joint use and planning agreement, Lakeland Catholic School Division.
I can highlight on this one as well quickly.
Okay.
So they did extend the deadline for this till next year, but we've already completed this one. And just for information, Wasetna, the school and the county have passed it. So it's now here for you and then we'll have Vilna, and once that's all done, we'll sign off on this one and then probably still move forward on the one for the Aspen View. We just haven't had a meeting with the administration yet for our review.
Marianne?
So it says on the last part on page 217 that the Aspen View is going to present us in March. And then you'd also made reference that it's been extended provincially, or
Yes,
how, may I ask how that was communicated, or?
we just received the notice for, I think it was the day of our budget meeting. We have a budget meeting, I received the email or the next morning. So it hasn't gone on an agenda yet, it was too late, so. But we received a letter from McIver,
Yeah, Minister.
Minister McIver, that it'll go on the next agenda as information.
Oh, okay, so, but we didn't, did I miss an email, or?
No,
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 I went to Dawn and I.
yeah, and then it goes on the agenda for the council unless it's urgent, of course, but we're ready to move forward with these. They sat because of the changing deadline and changing CAOs, but they're ready to go, so. A lot of the work was done before I started, and then we've done follow-up work since in the last year to get them done for this timeline. So if council's happy with the agreement, like I said, they're the county, the school, and Wasetna so far have approved it.
Okay, so we're just.
But obviously open for this council to give feedback.
Everyone?
Thank you for, because I've been asking about Juba. I'm surprised to see Lakeland Catholic School Division come to us first when Aspen View is the one that we just had Aspen View here this morning, so, and it's a template. So so I'm in a way not understanding why we don't get both of them, because it's a template that's being provided. In fact, there's those villages that in towns that got together that paid for an ACP grant to have a consulting group recommend.
So there are little changes based on the specifics of what each school has and their access and their times and whatnot. So we just happened to have the meeting with Lakeland first. It's actually Jordan from the county has been spearheading it. So we just haven't had the meeting yet with, because what happens is, you know, so we as CAOs meet and we go over it all. We came to an agreement, and then we had to meet with their administration to go over what works for them, and then they bring it to their board, and then we bring it to our board. So just everything fell in place with that one first, that's all.
Okay. And if I may, because I did check out that 80-page document, and it looks like we would benefit better when it comes to this one for a sub-regional agreement, because a lot of what's in here does not actually apply to us. It applies specifically to Wasetna.
Because the school's there, right? So,
Yes.
yeah.
And I understand why they recommend that we get into one, because of course we have Catholic students in ours.
And then you had asked, and I that was answering there about whether we had still needed our own, and the answer is that we can do.
Yes,
it.
yes.
So, yeah.
Because that's what the Juba hotline told me. Which is no longer a hotline, because now they've deferred it for another year.
And so the bylaw is the agreement,
Well, and
because we've never seen the agreement.
Yeah.
no, it's coming to you now, yeah, for feedback. So, but unfortunately, not unfortunately, I guess fortunately, it means that they were happy with it. Initially, I thought we were all doing first reading to get feedback, but the other ones have all done 3 readings. So they fully adopted it. The only reason I brought it forward is the bylaw, is that's how the county does it. We could also just adopt the agreement, but I wanted to be consistent, so it's in the form of a bylaw, because that's how they do theirs. And as Councillor Coates pointed out, it is based on the templates. If council doesn't like certain things in there, we would just push back, and they'd have to rescind their motion and amend and consider amendment and see if we could get on the same page. And I actually had it written as only first reading until I found out that everybody else did 3, and I changed it.
Okay, so I do remember talking about this, and then now there was some pressure for the timing, and now we're hearing that there was an extension, so.
But it's done. And like I said, everyone else, if we don't, and this is not pressure, if you guys don't like what's in the agreement, I would say push back and then we ask for changes. But if we're happy with this one, we have 3 readings from 3 of the 4, 5 parties. If we were fine with it, I would recommend 3 readings so that we can finalize this one, and then we'll bring back a very similar looking document for Aspen View as soon as that's.
Forgive me, I'm not questioning anything
No,
except
it's
for the
fine.
last line. It says that the agreement is going to be presented. So when I was prepping for the meeting, I
Oh.
said the agreement's gonna be presented from Aspen View in March, so.
Because this one's for Lakeland, so we still need to do one with Aspen View. We haven't had the meeting with staff yet to then all bring to our boards.
So at this time, I can go ahead and move that the town of Smoky Lake give first reading to bylaw number 09, 2025 Regional Joint Use and Planning Agreement. Lakeland Catholic School Division to adopt a joint use and planning agreement for the town of Smoky Lake and Lakeland Catholic School Division.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Evelyn, permission for third reading?
I was gonna say, I'm fine, I'm comfortable with leaving it as first reading and then bringing it back at the exact same time as Aspen View at a future meeting. Because I'd like to see the two documents next to each other, and I didn't have enough time to get through it, so I'm not gonna approve. There are some edits I saw in it, and I'll leave it until the next one, but I saw that closed session was removed from one of the meeting, I did go through it, so I do have some questions, but rather than doing it today with one that doesn't directly apply to us, then I prefer to do it at the same time as Aspen View.
Oh, I thought you did first. Shorter second, right? I must have been reading second. Okay, sorry, all right, then. That's it. Got it. 9.6 bylaw number 0.7-2025 municipal development plan amendment.
So for background on bylaw number 07/2025 was given first reading at the January 27th, 2025 council meeting. We had a public hearing for this bylaw earlier today. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the municipal development plan. And this was advertised in the Redwater Review on February 12th and 19th in accordance with section 606 of the MGA. In addition, it was sent out to 9 adjacent landowners. And the proposal is to redesignate this lot 2, block 11, plan 872 NY as resident. No, we're changing it to commercial, sorry. From residential to commercial. And we own this property and have an RFP out for tender on that.
Evelyn?
So just a question about this bylaw. By doing this, it's going to, instead of waiting for a developer. Sorry, this is sorry, I think I've got the two properties mixed up. Is this the one where we're amalgamating the two properties? No.
This is the one that in 2014, it was rezoned to commercial, but they didn't change the MDP, so they don't match right now.
Yeah, land use bylaw says
And
one.
that's,
And
okay.
This should have been amended at the same time.
Thank you for clarifying that, okay.
So it could very well come back by the developer to rezone, but right now.
That's why I'm asking is because
But it
Because
needs to match.
It's confusing right now.
It's an error, yeah.
let's fix errors. Okay, so I'll make the motion that Tim's.
Oh, could I ask one more question? Could I ask a question?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks. So the request for proposal closed February 21st.
It's on the agenda.
It's something we discuss later.
Did not know that. It's, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, when you can picture.
The Town of Smoky Lake gives second reading to bylaw number 07-2025 to amend bylaw 012-12 being the municipal development plan for the town of Smoky Lake.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Mel?
Motion Town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw number 07-2025 to amend bylaw 012-12 being the municipal development plan for the town of Smoky Lake.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 9.7, bylaw number 05-2025, removal of municipal reserve designation. So this is
Thank you.
the other one.
Yes, this is the other one we had a public hearing for today that we discussed a little while ago this is for a bill. So we're proposing to remove the municipal reserve designation of lot R2, block 12 plan 4117 TR. This bylaw was given first reading at the January 27th, 2025 regular council meeting. The notice of public hearing was advertised in the Redwater Review on February 12th and 19th in accordance with section 606 of the MGA. And adjacent landowners were notified in accordance with section 692. A total of 14 notifications were mailed out. And currently this parcel is vacant. And there's no plans for development, and once we pass our bylaw here, we can move the reserve designation.
Marianne?
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake give second reading to bylaw number 05/2025, removal of municipal reserve designation for the purpose of disposing of lot R2, block 12, plan plan 4117 TR.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Evelyn?
The town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw number 05-2025, removal of municipal reserve designation for the purpose of disposing of lot R-2, block 12, plan 4117 TR.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Yes.
9.8. Bylaw number 08-205-2025, rezoning.
Thank you. So this is another town-owned parcel, lot 8 and 9, block 1, plan 1885 CL. Located at 4704 50th Street and 4706 50th Street. We've talked about these parcels a few times now, so right now they're both currently zoned R2 residential medium density district. This is another RFP that we have out right now to get a developer. So we're just getting ahead here to rezone to the R3 residential high density district because fourplexes or anything containing 4 dwelling units like we're proposing is not allowed in R2 districts.
I'd like to make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake give first reading to bylaw number 08-2025 to amend bylaw 007-18, being the land use bylaw plan for the Town of Smoky Lake to rezone lot 8 and 9, block 1, plan 1885 CL from R2 residential medium density district to R3 residential high density district.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
And to set a public hearing for the
So we
next
should have
council
that in the
meeting.
motion.
I'll just add that.
That'll be
Thank you.
Yeah,
Later March.
to schedule a public hearing at our next meeting. At a
It'll be at the March 20. It'll be 2 weeks after, yeah.
At that meeting,
Yeah, not the next two.
great, good. Can't do it, no?
Deadline, go on.
Did you?
Yeah. But
I don't think.
I
you
don't remember voting.
all in favor?
I think you.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I think maybe it's been long enough. Yeah, we're good.
It's okay, I get first and second.
And it's more, yeah.
Okay, so mayor and council, thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Mayor and council reports. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion for discussion because I'm going to quiz one of my colleagues on her fantastic report. I'm looking at you, Councillor Morton. That town of Smoky. Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the mayor, councillor, and committee report item 80 as follows. Mayor Amy Chernichin, January, February 2025. Deputy Mayor Marianne Prosky-Zaruski, January, February 2025. Councillor Mel Morton, January, February 2025. Councillor Evelyn Copes, January, February 2025. And Smoky Lake Public Library, January 30th, 2025 board meeting minutes. So.
Do you have any discussion?
Evelyn, so first of all, I'm gonna tease my colleague and say, sucker, you are a treasurer again.
Wow. That was a fail, yeah.
Yeah, so she tried to, get rid of that and they suck, what is it? Yeah, they suck you back in. I'm actually interested in learning a little bit more about the co-op daycare. Working on getting an approved site to have out of school care So what's that about?
Just school care
Just wanna
is
know, so I know when I'm out in the community, if I get asked about it.
definitely, out of school care would be for the times that the daycare would be open before school and after school. So usually for school age children. So say parents go to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, but school doesn't open
Yeah,
till 8:30, so then they can drop these older out of school
Oh,
aged
excellent,
children
okay.
and up to 6 o'clock. So from 3:30 till 6 o'clock. So it's out of school ages, for what that is for. The only problem is there's lots of, licensing regulations around it. Like if they can't be in the daycare, it has to be a separate program. So we're looking for a site that is walkable for the winter time. So that kids that are in school can go with their instructors to a site to be. So it's just another thing that we're hoping to offer to the community. And trying to get that, find an appropriate site, that licensing and AHS and everybody approved, and that is affordable. So those are our three hurdles right now, working on it though. Yeah, it's really good.
No, that's excellent. So I just want to say that. Thanks for including the Smoky Lake Egg Society audited financials in today's package as well. And then last but not least, plan of service, Smoky Lake Library.
Mhm.
So that's done on an annual basis, right? Okay. So again, just gonna smile at you and say plan of services after you guys are done, comes to council for.
Plan of service will be forwarded after it's been approved. It's in the works right now. We have it has to be approved by March. Anyways, there's a deadline, so for it to be approved, which I also wanted to let you know when the plan of service is also all the board members and things. Some of it will have to be redacted, but personal information, but yeah, working on that. It should be completed next.
So that's perfect, because of course, council does not have any authority to tell you what to do with your plan of service, but yes, it does come back for council so that we can see that the board is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, no, that's great. So thank you. That was an excellent report and I appreciate you adding all those details.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Correspondence requiring action, 11.1, water oh my gosh, reservoir facility progress report.
What?
I have nothing to add. This is just the monthly report for information.
Meredith?
It is, sorry, it's a little bit behind, so it's December, right? And does Merrick usually come in or zoom in and present it, or I'd like to know, based on what he's given us, we're on time, we're on budget.
These are monthly, so he wouldn't report monthly. I think he was here recently doing an
Yeah, he was.
update, so the idea is he'd come every few months. Sorry, not a lot has happened since he was in, honestly, with cold weather. They're working on the, we have bi-weekly meetings with them, with the whole team. And we actually canceled the last meeting because there's nothing going on with the weather. And they're, and a lot of the work's done right now at Secretaria. We're doing work on the actual like the basin, and they're cladding that. But they had to take a break because of the cold, so they should be back.
So on budget, but behind time. Which is what I think we heard from yours last time. It's gonna be a little longer, but I don't think the budget has. I just wanted to highlight, if anybody has looked at it, it is, I was like, that is not bigger. And then I realized they put the roof on, and as they get it, they put the walls on, it's like a granary, right? They keep, so it was in his report, and that's why I was like, because I did go and check it out, and I was like, is that thing supposed to be bigger? And so I was a little disappointed. And I realized it's gonna be significantly taller. So I just wanted to highlight that it was, I did think it was small, but it's not small. Cause the other one is like 20 feet underground. Yeah, like it's actually a lot. It looks small, but it's actually buried. Yeah. So anyways, that was just a 2 cents for me.
Mayor, no, or sorry, Evelyn?
I was just gonna say, so she's gonna flow right into, segue into that motion.
I would like to get to the page. And I make motion to Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the monthly progress report, project number 5405-012-00 regarding the water reservoir facility submitted by MPE Engineering dated December 31st, 2024.
All in favor? And opposed, so carried. 11.2 ACP program Summer Village of Horseshoe Bay. Marianne?
Oh, can I have the honor of doing that? 'Cause that's
Okay,
that's pretty exciting for us. I'm thrilled to say that the Town of Smoky Lake acknowledged receipt of the letter from Honorable Minister Rick McIver dated January 20th, 2025 regarding the successful submission of the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership ACP grant with the Summer Village of Horseshoe Bay for the project titled Alberta Iron Horse Trail, AIHT, Stage Area Development Plans in the amount of $200,000 dated January 20th, 2025.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Seriously, guys, that's
Yeah.
not one, and it saved us money because we,
That's awesome. Yeah.
11.3 Alberta ACP Partnership Program, Town of Smoky Lake.
Do you want me to thank him personally on
I do,
March
yeah.
5th?
Maybe start with that.
Yeah.
I'd like to move that the Town of Smoky Lake acknowledge receipt of the letter from the Honorable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the successful submission of the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership ACP grant, the project titled Regional Economic Development Highway Corridor Concept Plan with the town as managing partner in partnership with the Smoky Lake County, Village of Wasetna, and Village of Vilna in the amount of $200,000 dated January 20th, 2025.
All in favor? None opposed?
that's excellent.
Alberta ACP Partnership Program, Town of St. Paul. Evelyn?
So I'm sorry, I'm stealing this from you, Mel, because it's.
You give her.
Thank
Okay.
you. But there's we have to edit it. It's not $200,000, it's $150,000. I know it's easy to start, it was only 150,000 rather than 200. So I'll make the edit when I read it out. But again, thank you everyone for supporting this. This is pretty exciting for Evergreen. So that Town of Smoky Lake acknowledged receipt of the letter from the Honorable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the successful submission of the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership ACP grant project titled Regional Service Delivery Waste Management Project in the amount of $150,000 for the town of St. Paul in partnership with the County of St. Paul, number 19, Smoky Lake County, Town of Smoky Lake, Town of Elk Point, Village of Vilna, and the Village of Wasetna, all being members of the Evergreen Regional Waste Management Services Commission for the purpose of undertaking a regional service delivery for waste management project dated January 20th, 2025.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, 11.5 Smoky Lake Board reappointment. No?
So. I know that the letter came from the library board and I've already talked to, the library manager as well as the board member that's supposed to be reappointed here. And she's been on the board for a long time and it has been brought to my attention that maybe the best, course of action would be to let her term lapse and then to, advertise positions. And then she would be, all the people put their names in and you reappoint that. That would be maybe the that would be the proper way to go ahead with reappointing somebody who's been on the board for this long. Also, the fact that we haven't had a lot of interest in the library board and we're always begging and pleading and scratching for people to join. We also have to have a certain percentage of county and town representation on there. So if I could ask that we just not take any action on this, but to actually make motion to advertise for openings and the library board. And starting with, I have to review my notes here. Full disclosure. Evelyn brought it to my attention the proper way. She's on the small municipalities, which deals with the library boards quite a bit. So anyways, I did touch base with the people involved, just so they understood it's not a slight. Lisa is a asset to the board, and we would really like her to remain on the board. She's actually been the chair for a long time. She stepped down as the chair, but she wants to remain on the board. So she was comfortable with it. She understood why, the reasons for it, and appreciates the town's help on advertising for board members. So I think.
So do we defer this? And then when things are all,
I think what we do is we just advertise for board members, and then the people who are interested in would just send in an application or an email saying that then it would come to council to appoint people to the thing. And Evelyn has some more information.
yeah,
So, Lisa has already been extended. She's served on the board for 12 years now, when she's supposed to technically only serve for 9 years, and then it's over. According to the Library Act, and also in the regulations, what we're allowed to do right now is, it is up to council to decide. So we could actually say, we are the ones that get to determine how long she's off the board. So the proper, what I was suggesting to Mel that we do, and I get this straight from Carrie Anderson, and that is let it, it's not lapse, she's fulfilled her term.
Mhm.
So now she's going to be officially, it's thank you, Mel,
That's
that's
the
the
word,
word,
yeah.
that's the word.
I was saying lapse, but I meant
We're gonna
expired.
use the language that they used. Her term has expired, so we're gonna allow it to expire. She's done her job, or she's done her part. Thank you very much. But it is up to council's prerogative to say whether she's is on it for another month, or that she can't reapply for a month, can't reapply for 2 years, or whatever have you. So the best thing to do right now is to make a motion to, as Mel was saying, to advertise, in which case she will reapply, and then we will.
And hopefully other people so that we can fill the.
yeah.
And that's the proper way of doing it, and that's a way of making sure that our library is not red flagged by the powers that be, so.
Okay.
Mel's gonna make several motions right now, or.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion, first off, the town of Smoky Lake. That we advertise and promote the town on the town website and Facebook page, for open positions on the library board. And I'd like to keep the time frame limited because we don't have a lot of people on the board. So just for like, and for the applications to be brought back to council for the last meeting in March. The date, I can't remember, March 28th, 30th.
By the March 28th.
Yeah, there's the 27th, it says a Thursday. So.
Oh, the 31st.
Yeah,
Well,
it's 30.
If the applications, like the letters of interest, be submitted by Friday, March 28th, then there's gonna be a
And then-
subsequent motion that we're gonna make.
So you want to keep them separate then, not to, and to bring back, okay,
Yeah,
sure.
so just keep it,
To get in the agenda though, we need it, the deadline soon.
that's the deadline, Friday, March 28th.
To get on the agenda though for March 31st, it would need to be earlier than that.
And that's the next motion.
The deadline to add things to the agenda.
No, yeah, like we won't have the letters. We could put it in closed, I guess. Some people do it in closed so because it's personal information. And then we
Sure.
could bring it to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
next week. Okay, March
Yeah,
20th.
how.
Okay,
Marianne, did you have something?
I just wanted to ask about the Mel's motion. So when you say advertise, are you looking to pay
no, just social media,
at the Redwater Review newspaper? Okay, so
No,
just
at
at no cost to advertise?
Yep, that admin advertise and promote the town website and Facebook page. The open positions for the Smoky Lake Library Board and request that the letters of interest be submitted by March 28th.
All in favor? All opposed, so carried, and then
The second motion would be then that, Town of Smoky Lake drifted them into, or just to add Smoky Lake Library Board applications for review to the March 31st in closed session agenda in closed session.
all in favor? All opposed, so carried. All right, any other?
So because of the changes that have been going on in the information, Evelyn, you have, that you learned this information from, she's willing to come to municipalities to be a delegation. So if everybody's comfortable with that, doesn't have to be tomorrow, but it might be a nice delegation to invite her.
Okay, Carrie Anderson. Evelyn?
So I'll make that motion. The Town of Smoky Lake invite Carrie Anderson, Assistant Director, Public Library Services Branch, and Jen Pringle, Public Library Grants Program, Government of Alberta, as a delegation to the regular council meeting on Monday, March 31st, to present to council on the changes to the Libraries Act and library regulations in 2024.
Can I just,
How many
Yeah.
delegations?
Yeah, I'm wondering,
I just want to be. We have quite a few delegations. Are you comfortable with having, because right now I have 3 potentially, oh, they may not be March 10th, they're probably the 31st. Carly, if Carly can speak.
Dell's in Arizona, yeah, Dell's in Arizona, so he's not gonna make the next
Okay.
meeting, so it might be the third.
So I also have CEIP delegation, CRAS delegation, that one. And then we had Dell. So I just want to make sure you're comfortable with having quite a few at a meeting.
You want us to go to Arizona?
Sure.
That's what I heard from
Yeah,
that,
that's what I heard.
If no. Well, and maybe they can't make it to that date anyways, but even if, we offer them some dates, I don't think it has to be done at that moment, but it'd be nice to hear from them. So just a future meeting if
Yeah.
they're unavailable.
you're starting later too. Evelyn?
And the reason why it was ideal to have it at that time is because subsequent motions are gonna ask for the bylaw to come back from the Smoky Lake Library. And that's why what we're talking about, and then also the request for the board is that we've made to come back. So if we had it all, it's like a library centric meeting where we can deal with so many different things at the same
So
time. That's why this is
prioritize this one over some others
Yeah.
maybe.
So respectfully, Mount Dell had, like,
And he can't come yet anyways, so that's okay. He doesn't know when he's coming.
yeah.
So we'll just do our best to balance, so you don't have too many in one day. I think the procedural said if there's more than 3, the mayor has to approve it.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Evelyn?
So I'll make the next motion, which is that Town of Smoky Lake direct admin to add bylaw 007-15 Smoky Lake Public Library Board to the agenda for the regular council meeting on Monday, March 31st for review and updating.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 11.6 Smoky Lake Gun Club.
There actually was another library related
Oh.
motion. And that is that Town of Smoky Lake that's the one about the joint.
Yeah, sorry, I did want to talk about that one, about bringing back, like the chart. I thought we could wait till we got everybody on there and then make like because we're gonna advertise for
we can do
new
that, yeah.
members and then add that.
Okay, are we gonna get it's the March 31st meeting, whereas are we having the joint town and county meeting?
March early.
3rd. At
So this
9:30.
would be the motion to invite them to speak about intermunicipal library to the joint town and county meeting.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead with that one. Yeah, good idea. I just, sorry, I meant the
Yeah, no, it's the
charting.
date, it's the dates that, but not a problem. That Town of Smoky Lake directed men to invite Carrie Anderson, Assistant Director, Public Library Services Branch, and Jen Pringle, Public Library Grants Program, Government of Alberta, as a delegation to the joint Town and County Council meeting in March 3rd, to present on intermunicipal libraries and recent changes to the Libraries Act and libraries regulations.
Okay, but do the delegations have to be both places? Can we not have it only at the joint?
They're two topics.
They're two completely separate topics.
Just the county wouldn't be interested in hearing about our, right, but the intermunicipal libraries. They're separate, one's the town and one's.
But aren't they connected to ours as well? And
It's the town of Smoky Lake Library, yeah. They're just different topics.
okay, all in favor? None opposed.
And you knew that as the Northern Lights representative.
I don't appreciate your comments. We'll move to 1.7 Industrial Inquiry Commission. Oh, right, the Smoky Lake Gun Club project. Marianne,
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake approve the Smoky Lake Gun Club Capital Works projects as noted below. Remove existing roof structure, railway ties and gravel bed. Install screw anchors for concrete pad as new floor for shooting benches. And replace roof structure, whether salvaged or total new construction. In accordance under Article number 9, Utilities, Taxes and Expenses, Section 9.3 of the Town of Smoky Lake and Smoky Lake Gun Club lease agreement, as requested in the letter sent by Mr. Dennis Helveichuk, Secretary and Treasurer of the Smoky Lake Gun Club, dated January 30th, 2025.
all in favor? 11.7 Industrial Inquiry Commission Review in Canada Post. Evelyn?
Before I make the motion, because actually I'll probably make the same motion, but does anyone know here if Canadian Union of Postal Workers actually works at this library? Because I thought it was a different union. And that's actually why our Canada Post Office was open during the strike. Because when I asked them, hey, why are you open? They said, because we're not represented by the same union. So I don't know the difference between the unions. So is this the one that shut down? Like, is this the one that actually, that's why I'm asking, because if this is the union that represents our local post office, then we might want to take a look at this more seriously. But if they sent this to us just because we have a post office and they're not represented, then we should go ahead with this motion.
I'm not sure. I assumed it was because they sent it to us, but you're right, maybe it's just because we have a post office.
Yeah, that's why. So would it be best to defer to the next meeting for more like, just request that you just confirm? And that's why, because if they're not represented by this union, then we should just file it for information. But if not, then there might be something for us that we need to do there. Just so if we could, yeah. How do you want to do that? How do we do that? Defer to the next meeting and for admin to bring back more information? Is that how you would do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move that Town of Smoky Lake defer the request from the CUPW and request that admin bring back more information to the next meeting.
All in favor?
Just can I have a little bit of discussion quick? I just was looking at like going over it again, page, because I didn't have the similar question. I just didn't know if it was something that our municipality wanted to get involved in. For one. So I was more leaning towards option 2. Anyways, but page 2, if it wasn't the union that went on strike, it still affects the sorting of the mail that comes to Smoky Lake. So we can defer just to get the more information for sure. I don't mind that. I just also just wanted everybody to kind of think about, is it something that a municipality should get behind or not? Yeah,
And
so
more
just to think on that. Now you call question.
Sorry, yeah. All in favor? And none opposed, so carried. Yeah, municipal land use, is 11.8 municipal land use suitability tool stakeholder engagement.
So this letter came from Jordan at the county asking us to set a meeting to discuss this initiative.
Yeah.
Make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake schedule a meeting with Smoky Lake County for an interview regarding regional stakeholder engagement session to develop a municipal land use stability tool as per outlined in the letter received from Jordan Roog, Planning and Development Manager, Smoky Lake County, dated February 10th, 2025.
I didn't know if you want, we initially had a date in there, but then there might be the back and forth between Jordan on whether he was available. So I didn't know if you wanted to give some timelines that would work or.
Which year? March 2026. Mel?
Is this not something is Jordan available at our joint meeting on March 3rd? Is it not something we can talk about at that meeting?
Request that.
Like,
Following that
it's gonna be an initial conversation, I'm sure, and not,
So not to do it then, but just to talk about the
Yeah.
date?
well, if we're initial comments on it, yeah. For sure. So I think if he's available.
Evelyn?
I think that's a good suggestion simply because it says a meeting with Smoky Lake County, so it sounds like we're supposed to be in the same room with their council. So if we could combine the two in the same meeting, we're already there. This is turning into quite the joint meeting. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Is that added to the motion then? Or to just verbally given directions?
Good question. Yeah, my motion doesn't really. Just let's add it in there, Town of Smoky Lake. Schedule March 3rd meeting. Or ask if we can be added together.
Okay.
So either add to the joint meeting or to follow the joint meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 11.9 Ag Society snow removal invoice. Maria?
I'd like to move that the Town of Smoky Lake reimburse the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society in the amount of $721.88 for their snow removal invoice received February 2nd, 2025, and includes snow removal prior to events and weekends, along with conditions and priority in the draft agreement for the agricultural contracts.
No.
So I have a couple questions. One question is, did we receive a phone call that there was a tournament? My second question, so how would we know? My second question is that our snow removal has never been it's priority to level 3 in our bylaw. So priority level 3 is after emergency roads, our downtowns, unless obviously it has been stated in, there's been situations in the past where the Ag Society has contacted the town and says, hey, there's a huge snowfall and we have a funeral, can you help us out? We have one grader. We have 4 employees. So our resources are limited. I am on the Ag Society. I would like to see, obviously, the agreement in place that states it is a level 3. But because no phone call was even said, hey, there's a tournament this weekend, I'm a little disappointed. I think you set a precedence for people to go ahead and do things at a cost and then send your bills in. And so for that reason, I am in favor of the recommendation. Under this circumstances, if I know what snowfall this was, it started snowing on Friday. And it snowed all weekend. So we have to that's why I want the agreement in place so that expectations are all aligned. And that is why I was promoting it partially. The other thing is we do need to have conversations, like maybe under those circumstances, maybe if the phone call was made, or then if the town wasn't available or the town couldn't do it, maybe one of the county graders or snow plows, or they have a little bit more equipment than we do, we have one. So, I just think we need to just do a little bit better on communication and not just, I don't like setting precedents, though, everybody knows that, how I feel about it. So no, I wouldn't appreciate it if another club came and said, hey, I want you to pick up this bill because you didn't do it. The expectation is too high, so no,
So you're happy with her motion, right?
No.
Because she's option, okay, that, I
My-
was gonna say, that's not what she put out, she put the
No, I'm
recommendation.
not in favor,
Right,
I'm in
number
favor of
two.
the recommendation, and I can't support the motion.
She did option 2.
Oh, okay, yeah, not,
I did number 2,
okay,
to pay the bill.
okay, sorry, I heard draft agreement and okay. Pay the bill, oh, I see. I don't know.
So that's just my where I'm at.
Okay. The tough one.
It's hard for me because I'm a big supporter of the Egg Society. I just don't think that this was done. I'm a big supporter of the Egg Society and promoting it and supporting it. I can't support the way this was done. So for that reason, I won't be supporting your motion.
Yeah, they would have to follow the policy, which is without any communication anyway.
Snowfall didn't meet our criteria for snow removal even on our main roads until Sunday.
All right. All in favor? Any opposed? And so it's defeated. Okay, so this, you want to put out the recommendation then?
Yeah. This is where it gets tricky. Make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake take no action to pay the invoice for snow removal for the clearing of Smoky Lake Agri Complex parking lot 4612-54 Avenue on February 1st, 2025, in reference to the email received from the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society on February 2nd, 2025.
All in favor? Any, what was that, in
I'll
favor?
be in favor, yeah.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Well, that'll be carried. $11.10. Naturally North Bank concession request.
So naturally North Bank is planning on building on the cement pad across from where
Yes.
they're at
Yeah,
down the
yeah.
road. And they're asking for tax concession. We brought forward a recommendation based on 2 motions that were made previously regarding Perry's and Esso, sorry. I heard this before I went on holidays, but then I went on holidays.
It's the gopher.
Okay, so there were some tax concessions made there. There was also a motion to bring back a policy that wasn't done, so we've identified that there's a outstanding motion there. But it's up to council if you want to continue this. This was the previous council's.
So I'm happy to see this come before us because it's on my list of things to do. I think we should have that policy in place already. So instead of bringing it back individually, I think we should have that on the books. So perhaps a subsequent motion after this, but that I don't want to. I do believe that we need to have this in place. But as for the one that's in front of us, I actually would like to edit this. I'd like to say year 1, 2025, 100% tax exemption. And then do year 2, 75, year 3, 50, year 4. Yes, I am actually advocating to be more generous. And this is why. And this is my argument that I'm going to make for it. really impressed with this local business and what they have done for our community and how, everything that they've done. That grocery store pad should have been taken by the town of, should have been taken care of by the town of Smoky Lake at the time. It is our fault that that pad is still on that ground, because when a building burns down, it is the municipality that makes sure that that gets cleaned up properly. And we did not do it for whatever reason back when Moon's Grocery or whatever the name of it was that burned down. So that has been a terrible eyesore. I applaud the local business for buying it. And I definitely want, and the fact that they're building a brand new business and it's going to have 2 retail spaces. This is the one time that I want to be extra generous to them, which is why I'm suggesting that year 1 be a 100% tax exemption and so on, especially if just that little bit will help them because of the cost that when they purchase it, because of what they said. So I am Councillor Cobes is breaking with what she usually says, as in, I would like to, I want to have a policy in place, but this is where I want to make a special exemption because of all of the other different factors. So, but I'm not gonna make that recommendation until I hear from my colleagues on what they, on how they're thinking about this.
Well,
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So you were talking that year 1, 2, 3? Just,
It actually, I'm suggesting a year 4 plan for them. I'm extra generous as in, you see how it says a 75% tax exemption the first year? And I'm gonna say no, 100%. And if you need them, perhaps this could be, if you want deferred or you could recess so that numbers could come back to us, but I think just given that little bit of extra, because I am so grateful to them for buying that property and how what their plans and how they're going to clean it up, I'm dancing with joy.
I can understand what you're saying. I'd like to stay the same as what we've done other years, but I know there's that extra pad in it does.
you go first and then I got my.
Okay, so I applaud what has been said and I echo some of it. So based on, thank you admin for preparing this, and Dawn kind of taught me that once we do something, we set a precedence. And granted that this, the previous examples were 5 years ago and a lot has changed over the 5 years. And these are just individual businesses, whereas this has an opportunity to be a multiplex, so to speak, to have one business and then one rental. So based on $690 yearly with no building, I don't know what the projected taxes would be per year. So I'm not as generous as you are, Councillor Grande. I believe in my proposal from my notes is I'd like to see what an approximate value with the building would be as assessed, what the taxes would be. But I was thinking I would go 4 years, but I would start at the 75 as per the recommendation, go to 50 in the second year, third year 25, and the fourth year 10%. By that time, that in the fourth year, and this is my rationale, in the fourth year, they've already been making some money and they've been open for 4 years, so they've established themselves. And I think it's a statement piece to our community as we enter the downtown core, that's going to look like we are economically sound and creating new businesses and driving forward. That's all I have to say.
Well, you know me, I'm all for buildings, new ones, love them. I'm okay with that. I'm having a hard time with the 100%. So I can get on board with yours. I can even get on board with the 100%, but then I would be looking at, because I can take into rationale the cost that they are going to have to remove that pad. So I can get on that for the first year, but then my thinking would be if you want to do the municipal portion for the first year. The second year, I would skip the 75 and go right to the 50, and then to 25 and still do the 3 years. Amataki, yeah. But I get what you're saying, like to give them their initial startup, you know, their boost. That would be, now, our plan right there is not as beneficial as Marianne's because the taxes in the first year are minimal. So,
Just looks better on paper.
it looks and sounds like we're giving a lot, but it isn't a lot. For a business, probably Marianne, what you're suggesting would give somebody a better leg up.
Marianne?
Yeah, and I don't want to take away from what you might want to weigh in on, but to go back about the cement pad, that would have been back in the day, the Moon family would have chosen with insurance to either rebuild or take the money, and that's why we inherited that. So I believe and that's the right answer, but, and it doesn't, I don't think the intention of naturally,
We don't own the property, we never
Yeah,
have.
we never owned it.
oh, pardon me, so with the fire, sorry. I take that back. And then with what Emily, I think is the plans are, is it's a cement pad. I don't think there's a removal to factor in. I think it's just a build over top.
No.
And they're having an
Yeah, so-
inspection.
They have to.
Sorry, just that is what happened is that their idea was to be able to build on it and the engineer said, no, it has to be removed.
Well,
So-
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to weigh in on this?
I'm with Amy, like I'm comfortable with the recommendation.
Yeah, I like the consistency of the recommendation of the others, but I understand the removal was expensive, but
I can get on.
I could get on board with yours, Marianne.
I'm swaying you.
Go ahead, make a motion.
So. Kevin?
So you're looking at option number 1 then?
I customized number 1. And filled in the blanket, number 4 here at 10%.
Dawn?
I'm just wondering if, because, I mean, we're assuming they're going to start building right away, but should we take the years out of there and just have year 1, year 2, year 3? Because what if they don't start building till 26 and then it, right? So.
That's an excellent suggestion. You're right about that. Thanks for catching that.
Thank you.
And yeah,
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's gonna have to come back because there won't be any taxes in year 1 then.
No, there is.
Well, minimal. I see what you're saying.
It's like
It's
done.
only, yeah.
It's the 609.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to leave it that way in that year 1, and that does provide the incentive for them to build sooner.
She is building.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, so it's, yeah.
Do you want me to frame that motion or?
Yep.
No.
And so just to confirm, there's no need for admin to pull numbers on a square footage of something to equal this amount of taxes, okay? I'd like to move at this time that the town of Smoky Lake approve a municipal tax concession for said business, Naturally North Bank, located at 44 Whiter Street in Smoky Lake to allow a 4-year municipal tax concession with the understanding that the concession will be null and void if premises is sold, commencing in the tax year 2025 as follows. Year 1, 2025, 70% tax exemption, municipal portion only. Year 2, 2026, 50% tax exemption, municipal portion only. Year 3, 2027, 25% tax exemption, municipal portion only. Year 4, 2028, 10% tax exemption, municipal portion only. As requested from the letter, request for tax concession for new development received from Emily Fignac and Cindy Wendorf, owners of Naturally North Bank, received February 7th, 2025.
All in favor? Unopposed, so carried. All right, Highway 28. pavement overlay project and access management. Who uses that?
A museum.
The museum, maybe, just.
We don't see an issue with it.
Okay.
And Mike, if I may,
Yep.
when would they do this? Like, would this take place? There's nothing to say when they're planning to take on this work.
They did give us that information, just that they needed it by March.
So this is the engineering group that has been hired for that $5 million grant for Highway 28 to assess, correct? Okay, so
That's what we're
that's
understanding.
great. And I didn't really see a problem with it, but I'm hesitant to give formal consent until like they are putting a barrier up. Is that how they're gonna prevent? Like, I didn't quite understand what they meant by relocation removal, and you seem to.
They'll remove the approach. It'll be a ditch.
Just a
It'll be a
So
ditch.
there's-
You'll
okay,
never
So
see
that's what it is the approach
Yeah.
that allows the snowmobiles to cross easily from the field to the.
Nope, it won't affect that. They won't, yeah, it won't affect that approach.
Yeah, I was looking at the picture, that's why.
It's a little driveway. It used to be an access point.
Yeah, I don't know what it was for.
And yeah, so that's, okay, good. That's what I wanted to verify, because I looked at the map, did the photo.
I can't see an issue with it.
I'm just. Okay, so I'll make that motion. Okay. It's just scaling back up on my photos. The town of Smoky Lake I'll make the motion, I'll move that town of Smoky Lake give formal consent to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, TEC, and CAP Engineering, CAP, to the relocation or removal of the highway number 2808, access to property lot 11 MSR Block 6, Plan 2075, land legally recognized as Northwest 22-59-17-W4 regarding the Highway 2808, I meant to say, pavement overlay project and access management request sent by CAP Engineering dated February 4th, 2025.
You got it. So I do have.
Yep.
I have one comment. Is that not the access to land that is joint owned by town and county?
Yes.
Did this letter go to the counties? Oh, that's all I wanted to check.
It does say on here constantly and.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. So 12.1, Mel, you want to?
I do. Like to make a motion to file for information the correspondence items A through D as followed. A council briefing note motion 496/2024 Redwater review article from Smoky Lake Business get their moment in the spotlight. Smoky Lake Riding Club 2024 financial, Smoky Lake Ag Societies 2024 financials.
All in favor? None opposed, okay. Okay. Call the meeting back to order at 4:45. And we'll move to last minute additions, 13.1 capital budget.
I think this one out, there was discussion at the budget meeting about what priorities would we like to see approved in advance here for council's consideration. John wrote this up, so he's suggesting the town sensitive items are in the amount of 695,000, including the water main loop from West Railway Drive to East Railway Drive and 50 for asphalt road repair. Those two are important because we need to do RFPs for them. So it's a process to do RFPs and then award. And so it's just a bit of a process. If we want it done this year, we suggest moving those ones forward. Equipment purchases, his feedback on this ties significantly to the uncertainty in the world with the potential for trade tariffs that costs could go up with the equipment purchases. And then main supply of gas meter, this one was because it's actually expired and we should probably get that done sooner rather than later. And then gas and water meter replacements, just so we can get those started. as the weather starts warming to get them going. So those are for consideration, and then the rest will be considered at the next council meeting, or you can take some of them out and approve the ones you feel, or just push them all to the, when did we say the budget meeting was?
Not until the end of
March, yeah, so,
No. Is it March?
No, this needs to be updated.
March sixth, no. March
Oh, no, that's not number 37.
Sorry.
The Maria closed. That's different.
no, I think that's the one that we had deferred.
Yeah, so that one just needs to be
Yeah,
updated.
we'll remove that one, yeah. Although we have some updates on that we can.
Oh, no, installation of utilities lots 37. That's the one that needs to be removed,
Yeah.
not this.
Yeah, that was
Sorry.
already pulled.
Where are you seeing it?
On the backside, what's left.
Oh, what's left? Oh.
That'll be
It's in-
removed from the next one.
Yeah, so we had decided to move installation of utilities lot 37.
Yeah. I was just looking at the names, I was like, that's not.
Before you do make it, I just have one question, and I know I'm gonna sound like a dog with a bone. But when you flip over your page and you look at the other ones, is there red flags here? Or is it just information that is wanted? I just wanna know where we're at. Like, these were the projects that we had decided to put in capital budget. So are there some, besides the installation of utilities for lot 37, which we've decided to push, that one be gone? Is there some red flags that we're considering removing? Like, is there some things that we're considering not doing in this year? Or some concerns, I guess, about them?
Good.
I was just like, that door's open.
So, and I feel like you're directing them to me, and I'll say but you know what, I'll say where I'm at. So we're in February, we're at the end of February, so we would know what has been unused for 2024, right? So if we had a total of the unused funds for capital for 2024 that we could move forward, that might shed new light.
That's actually my specific question. Are you concerned about adding or removing? I guess is my question.
Okay, so based on last time, I asked about the quotes. You can still move forward. You don't need a motion to approve the budget. You can still get the quotes out there, get the request for decision, right? You can.
So, can I just comment on that?
Okay.
So we ask for a lot of quotes from businesses. So if we keep going back for quotes and quotes and quotes, they actually start ignoring us because they're not getting work out of it, and they're spending time, which is money, to get us these quotes. And what we ask for, we can't ask for a quote. What we ask for is a budget-based estimate to move forward. Because when you're asking for a quote, you're kind of committing to something, right? So we ask for budget-based estimates. We've already got those, and my crew, when this discussion happened, comment, they've stopped answering our emails. Because if we just keep asking for quotes and never award them, they just don't want to do the work. Or just do the work to provide the updated quotes. So we're done that process. What we're bringing to the next council meeting is everything we brought forward to date to make sure it's very clear what we're looking at and how we got to each step. Because again, our first steps were back in November, and I think we're kind of forgetting, that we went line by line and decided what to prioritize. And it was budgeted based on estimates that will come back if we don't have the right money quoted. The funding's there based on grant funding. What'll happen is if there's unfinished projects, they get carried forward. If there's unused money, it just doesn't get spent out of the numbers we already have in there for LGFF and CCDF and all those, so.
And sorry,
That's
and
what
and the only reason I'm asking this question is I'm trying to prepare myself for the operating. So, like for when we do the budget. So I just wanted to know from everybody if there was, like, if people are concerned about some projects, or if you're talking about, because you wanted to know the numbers for like the MSI and what's been used and.
Just like Dawn said, if there is any unused, so you have a status report, you know what's unused right now.
That was in.
I do, but
Yeah.
there's some ongoing projects yet.
So if they're unfinished, it just gets carried forward. So the money will still be spent. It's just, it'll end up being in this year. So unused for,
It's already allocated.
yeah, it's already allocated to that. If we cancel or we had an overage, then that was in the capital report that we did at the budget meeting. No?
the capital update on projects where we were at. In the quarterly report of the last, I think the last
What
council
was-
meeting has the, where, so if we were under budget and that project's finished, that just stays in the MSI and that was what was reported on the last agenda, is what's remaining.
And so then just to move it forward, so you're saying that we don't need to set out RFDs because we already have the quotes or the, what you referred to.
We can't do RFPs until we have an approved budget.
They can't put it up for tender for paving is what the concern is, right?
It has to be approved first.
I personally, am part of, a member of this council, want to see the paving go through. So the 53rd asphalt road repair, I'm ready to move on that one. I'm just one of 4, and so I don't know if you want 4 separate motions or 5 or, I'm okay with the ones that, thank you for John for doing this, to take out the ones on the second page that are, not considered as time sensitive. Yeah, he's here.
Yes, I didn't
Yeah.
see that, so thank
Yeah.
you, John, for
Thank you,
logging
John,
into
for
this in case there's
updating
questions.
this
He's the one to talk.
From last time, so that's excellent. I want to see them all go through. I'm not keen on the equipment purchases, but that could be a conversation for another day. And again, or if we go into camera, but there, to me, it was a want and a need, but some of it was explained in the discussion. I think at this point, I'm prepared to move forward. That's where, so I support a motion. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just rambling.
Okay, Emma.
Okay, so are we running a deficit or a surplus with our operating budget for 2024?
This is capital. And we don't have all the information and the way they do things with the audit, but we're in a surplus.
Because if we're running in a deficit, then we need to not spend as much money in our capital budget, because if we run a deficit of hundreds of thousands of dollars with our operating budget, then we have to be tighter with our belt, and then we're not going to spend as much with our capital budget. I read a lot. I read about what's happening in other municipalities.
Okay,
And
thank you.
in between October and December, when I read this is exactly the tough choices that councils have to make. So when they admit, like St. Paul did, my colleagues on all the committees there, they've had to face the tough decision just a few months ago of cutting back on all of their capital budget, on all of their capital projects, because they ran a deficit. They did not have a surplus. So when you say this, Mel, no, I'm not gonna approve $900,000 in capital budget, on a capital budget, when we still don't know if we're running a deficit or a surplus. I would love to spend $900,000 on capital projects, but if we approve that and then we're running a deficit, then we've got big problems.
I'll let her go, but I have
And
something.
I appreciate that, and definitely, we need to be, you need to be comfortable with the budget. This funding is different than operating though. The MSI funding, which is now the LGFF and CCCBF, cannot be spent on operating. So if we have a deficit on operating, cutting back on capital doesn't help us, because of the way we fund all these projects, we have enough from previous years and current year to fund all these projects. So it won't benefit us on the operating side, because it's different funding, is my only comment.
Crystal had her hand up, did you?
I just wanted to note that the auditor will be presenting the financial statements on March 31st, so.
Thank you. Yeah, and Evelyn, I was gonna say the same thing as the funding on our capital budget was within what we have for things that can't be used for operating. So I'm with you. I'm saying tighten the belt. It's just that we have to tighten the operating belt if that's the case. And it doesn't affect, because we can't use that funding for operating, right? So it doesn't affect, so I'm with you. It's not like we're taking money out of reserves to put into capital, for sure. I would never be on board with like blowing our budget on capital I'm with you 100% on that. But so if we're not comfortable because we want to see the funding again, how things are getting paid, then I'm good. That was just my question. If the concern about the capital was removing projects or adding, just so that that was my only question. I'm comfortable with this, but my only question to council was, we didn't approve the capital, and I just wanted to ask the question, is it because we're concerned about removing some projects, or are we looking at if there was funding left like Marianne was talking about adding projects. I just didn't know which way we're that other counselors were thinking. That's all. That's all my question was about.
Marianne?
Thank you. And so, I see, and respectfully, John, when you said about, the equipment purchases, I kind of take that back because you're right. We don't know the climate of doing business with, our partners down south or how that's gonna play out. So I think where I was held up from last meeting is the previous meeting, the budget meeting, November, we had maybe a motion to, go back to our 10-year plan or get the engineers to come and update us with what was feasible to do. And we were going to have an update because it was quite dated. And so we haven't heard from that. So I think that would better impact our decision. And then I'm a little surprised to see this back here today as an add-on to 13.1.
It came from from the budget meeting though, is that to bring back the priorities, that was council's direction, bring back the priorities that you think can't wait for the next budget meeting. That's why it's here. And it's late because the last council meeting or the budget meeting did not give us enough time to turn around in that.
So then if I quickly do the math, we were at 945, so we've trimmed down 300,000, so to speak.
Well, we're just saying we're approving these now and we're approving the rest later.
Yeah.
We're not cutting them out.
Okay.
We're deferring so we can bring you the information that makes to make you feel comfortable with what you're approving or decide to not. We're trimming this one. Yeah,
Yeah,
trimming
I
that
took
one at
that,
this
I removed
point.
that one.
Although that didn't impact our budget at all because that was grant funding, which we'll update you on at another meeting now that I have more information from.
I would support a motion to of the recommendation, if that's where we're at today and we're all in favor of that and.
Yeah. So,
Do you wanna
call the
make the-
question, or
Do you want to make the motion?
that the town of Smoky Lake approve the following time-sensitive items in the proposal capital budget in the amount of 695,000. Water main loop from West Railway Drive to East Railway Drive, 53rd Asphalt Road repair, equipment purchases, main supply gas meter, gas and water meter replacement. The remaining items in the proposed 2025 capital budget are to be considered at next council budget meeting. All in favor? None opposed, okay.
I apologize, John. Had I realized you were there, I would have let you speak to this rather than jumping in, so, but I did read your report, so.
That's okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Jan.
Okay, 13.2 quarterly update.
That was the action.
That was,
And resolution.
where are they?
They should come with the. When we
We've been
do
doing-
financials.
That's why I added it, is because we've been doing that. This was a motion of Terry's already a couple of years ago, so we get them quarterly. And then we've had the inventory for the last 2 years. You can just go through the minutes and see where they are, so.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, sorry, I do. So, yes, usually we bring it forward with the, but so I think that's what it is we bring that year's inventory or actions. That's how we've been doing it all. I don't know which years, in the current years. Is how we've been doing it, is bringing the year's non-action items to each council meeting. So at the beginning of the year, I think it got missed. So it should be added to our next, so I'm looking at you because you're gonna help me with it. You're gonna probably compile it, but yeah, it's supposed to come with the, when we bring all the financials, the other quarterly reports, we report on the action items. So if that didn't come at the last meeting, I'll make sure it comes to the next quarterly reporting meeting.
That's all.
And then the supporter meter?
Yeah, he's working on updating that right now, and because it comes again quarterly, so then it'll be ready for that meeting. Because that's what we were doing with that, is we were reporting on that quarterly, so he's, the program that was being used previously is not, one that our staff are familiar with. It was training she had outside of, right, she came with, so we have Chase as our intern in communications, working on that, and he'll probably work with, Cheryl, who'll be taking that over, to create a new document with that information. We have started making sure they are tracking all the photocopies and whatnot, so Cheryl's working on that, and that'll come to the next quarterly as well.
Marianne?
Yeah, so a line that worked last meeting, with all due respect, and you brought it up, so you can argue with me or not, but Dawn, so when you say the next quarterly reporting, that would be at the end of June?
April. Because we did, right, we do the,
Right, because we're already a little bit late, so and it's not compiled, or?
this portometer, we're starting over, so that whole document needs to be
Sorry, the action
created.
list, the action list.
Did we? To do. Yeah, we could, if you want the first quarter's reported, since it wasn't, we can bring it to the March 31st meeting. So that you have it then, and then it'll be updated again on at the end of April, if you'd like to see that. I can tell you, we're very on top of the motions. I'm pretty proud of the staff on how we're actioning items, but we can, so if that's what you'd like, the first quarter at the March 31st, and then we'll do another quarterly a month later, so that then we're caught
And it
up.
catches us up, yeah,
Does that work?
that would be,
Okay.
that would work for me, but I didn't bring it up.
Sorry, we missed it at the last one.
13.3, 2023-2024 inventory of resolutions.
I thought that they were all put together as one.
So that is.
Yeah, we get it quarterly,
Oh, that was-
but then for the last 2 years, we've received the inventory. It's the exact same.
The action items that have been, so normally what we do is at each council meeting, we bring forward the action list, which has all the motions and where we're at, and then the quarterly report, we just have the items that haven't been actioned yet.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, I just want to make sure we're on.
Because what we see we see it in January, but of course, we don't see it in February, we don't see it in March, because it's just those particular months. But then what you've been doing is then in April, you bring forward so that we see, okay, most of the ones have been taken care of in January, but there's still these outstanding ones. So you have been doing that, you have been doing that on a quarterly basis. And then it did start with, and it started with you, when you arrived, that we took all the motions, and from 2022, because you came 2020.
At the end of
2023, we took all the motions, and I think there might even been a couple 2021s on there. But we brought them all forward, and then we did it again the next year as well too. So that's all I'm saying is, you know,
We missed
Mayor
one,
Turgeon said
yes.
she likes consistency. That's actually a sign of consistency, is that those reports come back to us. So that was the point. So thank you very much.
All right, we will move into closed session.
No, make a motion to go into closed session, to discuss the following matters pursuant to freedom of information, protection of privacy, FOIP section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party at or.
I haven't called it yet.
Now it's going.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, I'll have someone move to come out of closed.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed? And then have someone. Okay,
Make a motion, the town of Smoky Lake proceed with purchase lot 8, block 1, plan 1885 CL for the assessed value of 25,800 using funds from the Housing Accelerated Fund grant. And that this town of Smoky Lake,
we probably should do two motions since they're land sales.
okay, all in favor? Here, none opposed?
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with, I'm right there. Proceed with purchasing lot 9, block 1, plan 1885 CL for the assessed value of 24,000 using funds from the Housing Accelerator Fund grant.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried, and I'll get a motion to go into closed for 14.2. All right, all in favor? But we need to read this section, sorry.
I can.
14.2,
I
okay.
can move if you don't mind. I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake go into closed session to discuss the following matter pursuant to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. FOIP section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of third party at 5:15 p.m.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. I'll have a motion to go out of closed session. All in favor? None opposed, and the motion, no?
make a motion that town of Smoky Lake issue an RFP for sale of town-owned property Lot 2, Block 11, Plan 872 and Y with a reserve bid of $130,000.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? So carried. Right, I'll get a motion, to go back into closed following the 14.4. Okay.
I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake go into closed session to discuss the following matter pursuant to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP Section 19, confidential evaluations at 5:29 PM.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? So carried. Okay, I'll get a motion to come out of closed.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And the motion will be to sign off on the performance evaluation for the CAO for
Yeah.
2024. And to be filed. Is that-
Yeah. No, that's good. I was just gonna like to accept for information the conversation in closed session and to
Okay, okay. good.
then sign
Yeah.
off on the CAO evaluation and to be filed in the file
Okay,
and then shredded and thrown away.
all in
Right
favor?
over with the.
None opposed, so carried. Okay, 14.5, CAO recruitment. Mel,
Make motion to go into closed session for FOIP section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party at 5:35.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. Okay, can I get a motion to come out opposed?
I'll make that motion.
Evelyn, all in favor? None opposed, carries, and Mel,
Council's decided to hire a contract CAO until after election. So I'd like to make the motion to direct administration to call Alberta municipalities and LGA to get a list of potential contractors and bring back to future, to council
We'll see how
to
quick we can
review.
get it, yeah.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. Okay, and we'll move into 14.6, request for proposal waste and recycle. I get a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Evelyn, can you just state the section, section 16? Disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. Perfect. At 5:57. All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Thanks.
All right, can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make-
for Evelyn? Do we have to state how long? Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. Thank you.
That's my cousin.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get a motion to come out of closed.
I can make that motion.
Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried, and the motion will be, who's gonna make the motion that we look at it?
It's motion to direct administration to bring back some information on other garbage contracts, just details compared to other people's garbage contracts. Not very specific, not enough, eh?
Compare contracts, compare garbage or just waste disposal contracts, options? No options.
As discussed in closed session.
I know, it's so easy. It would be so easy to say.
Oh, this is the one. Okay,
Is that okay?
No,
I'm not in love with it. I gotta think for a minute.
shouldn't have come out.
Yeah.
Compared to industry standards or research options.
Because we talked about something in closed session, so it has to be that there's something that we discussed in closed session that admin now direct admin to contact someone or to look further into an alternative that was in regard to an RFP for to research the alternative that was presented in camera prior to sending out an RFP for waste collection.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, I get a motion to go into closed for 14.7. Personnel staff. Mel, section 17.
Yep, well, I'll make a motion to go close for personnel staff with section 17. What is it?
Privacy. Let's recap.
Disclosure harmful to personal privacy.
Yeah. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. The motion to come out of closed.
I'll make that one.
Evelyn, all in favor? None opposed, so carried, and I'll get a motion. Mel,
Make a motion to accept for information, as discussed in closed session, and direct administration to add VoIP section 17 personnel staff to our March 10th meeting in closed session for another update.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, last but not least, 14.8, section 17. Resignation. Is there a motion with a clarity of section 17, personnel, harmful personnel? How is it?
Personal privacy is 17.
Okay. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, well, I'm gonna motion to come out of closed session. Mel, all in favor? None opposed, and Mary Ann?
I'd like to move to accept the information presented in closed session.
Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. The meeting is adjourned at 6:54.